What's up, everybody? Come on in, holler. What's up, Smith? How you doing, sweetie? Welcome. Teresa. Oops, I gotta change my avatar. Hold on. Let me go. Oh, hey, Christine.
I snuck in. I was still watching the end of a video.
Oh, it's
Continue
all
on.
good. Um, oh, nothing. I was just finishing setting up. I had to change my avatar. Everybody, we have the goal set for tonight. We are trying to make because if you don't make your if you don't make a certain amount, if you don't make $100, you don't get to collect your stuff. So we are trying to make sure we meet that little peak. So we've set a goal thing for tonight. That way we can get our payouts from it, so we can use our YouTube money for outreach. Woohoo! So tonight we have set five goals. I think it's five goals. Super stickers or super chats, $5 or more. And so if anybody wants to participate and help us meet our goals, they can definitely help us meet our goals, and we appreciate you guys very much. Tonight, what we're going to talk about is just some hot topic shit. There's a lot going on, and we ain't really, believe it or not, we ain't really talking about politics a lot here lately. So, oh, thank you, Gypsy. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Um, and so we thought we would chat over some things. There's some pretty big things that are happening um, that people should be talking about. So we're gonna start the conversation and then let people join in uh, where they want to join in at. What's up, Christine? How are you doing today, sweetie? And shout out to Gypsy for starting our super stickers off tonight. Woohoo! Holler. All right, Christine's finishing up a video. She'll be here in a second. Oh, what? Shout out to Chris. You heard? He's a member for 10 months. How you doing? Shout out to all of our members. By the way, if you're a member, you've been able to see some pretty cool shit. So I've been uploading some evidence pictures and different things like that from the P. Diddy trial. So if you guys want to, become a member, you get special privileges to things that other people aren't getting. Well, you can get it. You just got to go find it yourself. So I've been uploading a couple different evidence videos that have been in there. And then I also, sometimes when I have time, I try to, restream just what people are doing over in the trial and stuff like that, other YouTubers. And so so you guys can hear that. But I mean, it's everywhere. So I'm sure you guys are keeping up with all of it. But yeah, our members, we have been putting, I think there's the videos or the pictures of Cassie when the stuff happened to her at the hotel. Today I put Kid Cudi's pictures of his car that got burnt up with a Molotov. Um, Shout out to Chris. We in the building, you heard? Holler. Shout out to everybody helping us meet our goal tonight. Yeah, it's weird. It's the only thing that's weird about YouTube. Like if you don't meet that $100 a month thing, you don't get paid out. So it's getting close towards the end and we're not quite there yet. So I was like, well, you know what? I bet if we set some goals, people will help us meet them. So I appreciate every single person that is going to help us meet our goal this month. Y'all know I try I just don't push it as much. I probably should push it more, but I just don't. But I do appreciate everybody that donates and supports us and that are members. And there's tons of way people support us, even through the cash apps and different things like that. So we appreciate all of our people that support us. But yeah, if you're a member, and if you're not, become a member. Just saying. Sometimes some of our videos go into members only as well. So you can always check those out too. Hot Mess
I,
Crew for 13 months. Christine, our co-host. All
I'm
right,
just
now I'm gonna
all
stop babbling.
I'm all over the
Huh?
board. I'm all over
Oh,
the
you're
board
good.
tonight.
So this is hot. This is going to be the hot topic show that we're going to start doing, you guys, and we're going to start bringing conversation with me and Christine, and then all of you all can join too, and obviously, um, but I think it's important that we get to. There's a lot of shit going on, and there was some big shit that happened today. It has been happening actually for a little bit, but now it's getting real. So we're gonna talk about that a little bit. Benny Pots and Pans in the house with the big 20. Hello. Thank you so much, sweetie. Holler. I appreciate all y'all. Really do. Seriously. So, Christine, what's been going on? What is the big deal that we've been talking about today that is just
Oh, our big, beautiful bill that's been approved by the House that will now go to the Senate.
yes, it's
Big,
I love the name
beautiful
of it,
bill.
right? The big
Oh,
beautiful bill,
you
right? That
know,
makes it so much better.
I yeah. Well, wasn't it Build Back Better? And now it's the big, beautiful bill. I'm just saying. I'm just asking. There's so many things out here. They think they need catchy names,
Yeah,
but
well,
this big,
yeah,
beautiful bill is probably not going to be to a lot of people's benefits unless you're wealthy. Just my
yeah,
opinion.
yep.
Um,
So this is going to be hitting a lot of people, right, Christine?
and some is going to hit sooner than later.
Yeah.
Yes, it is going to be affecting children because of
Mhm.
education. It is going to be affecting because EPA. It's going to affect our health and wellness here on Earth and protecting Mother Earth. But people say frack, 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 baby, frack, frack, frack. Okay. Some of the bigger things that I think are going to be taking immediate effect on people that are really going to be bothering and affecting is our Medicaid. We're going to have some problems with it. Um, and or EBTs. And I know there is a huge controversy on the migrants that are coming over to the United States. It is going to be affecting any and all of those. You're really going to have to prove citizenship and reading a little bit more. And I'm waiting for the House to come through to see what they're going to do. But people, you need to pay attention, especially the bluer cities and states. They are going to be cutting back on Medicaid. There's It's already affecting Florida because we have this um, kind of mini Trump governor where thousands have already lost Medicaid within the last year because of it. And other states are trying to expand Medicaid. Well, this bill now is going to be changing a lot of things, and it's pretty much going to mandate, or the states are going to be losing a lot of funding. And you can't have a state without any federal funding. You just can't, especially a place, I'll tell
Well,
you, like Florida. We don't have state taxes.
right. Well, I just walked into the bedroom and Curtis is listening to his stuff and he said, "Babe," he said, "that's it. The world's over with." I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "They fucking are banning frozen pizzas." He said, "I'm not gonna be able to get tombstones." He said, "This JFK is telling everybody that we can't have Skittles and pizza."
We can't have Skittles and pizza. No more Skittles and pizza.
While we're all freaking about Medicaid and just all this stuff. My husband's got his
That
priorities in check. He says frozen pizza has got to stay. He said
is
that's
it.
it. He's
Are,
protesting.
are they taking the frozen pizza because of the chemicals in it, or what? I'm going to assume.
He thinks that none of that stuff is healthy in it because I was like, well, I said, yeah, is that the thing that he's doing with the food stamps? He said, no, he's trying to permanently do all that stuff away.
Yeah, EBTs,
So,
buying
yeah, but
food.
it's not just EBT though. That's what I'm saying. Like I heard about them doing that, right? Like, and again, we've
Mhm.
had that conversation. You want people to buy healthier food, make it cheaper. I guarantee you, people will buy healthier food. But no, he's saying that he wants to eliminate it all. It ain't just people on
Oh
food
no,
stamps getting
he wants to take anything that's preservatives. He wants it taken out. He wants it
it. Yeah.
removed. Anything with coloring, anything with artificial flavors. I don't know how we're
Well, wait
all
till
going
some of these people that thought it was funny that they're like, oh yeah, people with food stamps shouldn't be able to buy that kind of stuff. Well, guess what, biatch? You ain't gonna be able to buy that kind of stuff either. Now how you feel?
They're not gonna like that. They're just not gonna like that. You know, I just bought Skittle Freezy Pops for my granddaughter. Skittle flavor.
Well, I just told Curtis, I said, we have a deep freezer. It looks like we're going to be buying some shit.
Is it delivery or DiGiorno? I don't know, but guess what? No pizza for you, Vinny. No
Yeah,
pizza
my
for
husband,
you.
my husband loves Tombstone. He's like, oh man, this is ridiculous. He's like, what is he doing? I was like, he says America's too fat, baby. He says y'all can't have y'all's food no more.
Well, they're using the excuse as we have unhealthy children,
Right. Which I
and
mean, listen, do I think that there is a population of like do I think that Americans are kind of lazy and probably could get better shape? Sure, they could eat better for sure. But again, a lot of people can't afford to eat healthy. Whether you're on food stamps or not, it doesn't matter. People can't afford to eat healthy.
no, you're right. It costs a whole lot more to eat healthy.
Yes, oh, I know. My husband's like everybody in our family is trying to eat healthier. You know what I mean? And it's it's not cheap.
Nope. Well, we all try to eat healthy, but again, we're all busy though too. Who sits there and makes? I mean, I will share. My kids won't eat the box craft macaroni and cheese. I probably got some in my pantry that's probably expired. I probably need to go through it and throw it out. Um, but who's going to take the time to get the right cheeses to and to make it? I mean, you're talking an hour's time frame.
Right.
So
Yeah, it ain't like
people,
back in the day when you had people like, people, wives or husband, whoever, could cook. And I mean, most people aren't even sitting down having family meals anymore, which that kind of sucks, right? Because like everybody's so busy with activities and work, and I mean, maybe on the weekends people are sitting down, but I know a lot of families that just they're too busy for week family dinners, like during the week type stuff, not week family dinners. Sorry, that didn't
well, I
sound
mean,
right.
even but and then we look at you know, kid parents with small kids. They're not getting off work until 5, 6 o'clock at night, and then they got to pick their kids up from daycare.
Right.
Single families. Who's cooking? Who's preparing it even? And I get it. We've made it so simple to go to the store and get meals that are already made and frozen meals
Yeah.
and throw it in the microwave. I use my air fryer now.
They're
But
gonna go after our summer's crack candy Christmas mountain. Now I know, right? I'm not gonna be able to make it. They're taking all the good
no,
shit away.
yeah, they are. They're taking the good
Sorry,
shit.
I didn't mean to derail it about food. It's more important to talk about the Medicaid stuff. But I just came out and Curtis was just like, "They're taking my fucking pizza." So,
Taking his pizza away. Pizza, pizza, pizza. Only Tombstone. Kroger has a good one that's like similar to Tombstone and it's like half the price.
yeah. Well,
But
too,
no.
Kroger's has soup, so you can usually get 5 of them for like $8 or so, something like that, whatever their sale is
Hmm.
when they're on sale. You can get a couple of them for a couple dollars over those.
I
Anyway,
gotta do something. I gotta grab something and send it to my iPod. Hold on.
okay. So yeah, they're gonna be switching foods around, you guys. When Christine gets back, if she wants, we'll drop the link, and if you guys want to come up and talk about this bill. Plus, if you guys looked at the community page, um, I love Silver's frozen food. I do. The meatloaf and the mashed potatoes are like my everything. Sometimes in the middle of the night. Also, why I have your all's attention, and we're not really talking about a whole lot. At 5 o'clock in the morning, I have to take one of our girls. So as I tell you all guys all the time, our houseless, our people that are houseless that we help, they eventually get houses and they get things back in order. And one of our girls is doing just that. I'm so proud of her. She's got an apartment. She's doing so great, but she does have to have open heart surgery in the morning. I'm going to take her to the hospital and sit with her during her whole surgery. It's a pretty major surgery, so if people could send prayers or good energy or anything like that and keep her covered in prayer all day tomorrow, light a candle, whatever you got to do. But just send some good. She's very nervous. Just like I told her, she's got this. So If anybody can,
Okay,
do that, that would be awesome.
that would be great. Yeah, I wish her lots of good healing and vibes and luck. And, they do them so often, to be honest. And I know it's a scary thought, and especially if they're, and I don't know, I'm going to assume they're going to do it open heart wise.
Yeah,
Yeah. I mean, there's two ways to do it, but the most of them are done open heart. My grandson at age 2 had it done. Um,
right.
and
How
had to
long is
wait.
those surgeries usually?
His was 6 hours.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's probably going to be a while. I packed a bag.
Yeah, because they have to do a bypass where they take the blood from the arteries and they throw it through a machine so it keeps the body going because they have to stop the heart.
Yeah, that's what she was talking
Yeah,
about last night.
yeah, they stop the heart and I mean they cut the ribs and everything. They go through the rib cage. They have to cut
Yeah,
all the
we'll
way down.
talk about it. We'll talk about it offline.
Okay, sorry, I'm getting too involved, aren't I? But anyway, I was
No,
going to
it's
bring up
okay.
I was going to bring up because I'm going to kind of compare. Everybody remember over a year ago we talked about Project 2025? I'll remember that
Oh
Project
yeah.
2025.
Do we
Well,
still have our thing?
we got this one big beautiful bill, and people are comparing it to Project 2025. So, as I'm going to read a little bit so that you all can understand this. In Project 2025, it pushes for moral reform to make low income people work more for food assistance. Well, in this big, beautiful bill they're talking about, they want to expand the work requirements to receive SNAP. So, in order to get that, in order to get your SNAP, you have to have so many hours you're working a month. Doesn't matter if you have children or not anymore. And this is why I'm waiting to see what the Senate does because it wasn't going to go into effect, this Medicaid and SNAP and all that wasn't going to go into effect until 2028 or 2029. They want it now to go start to be in full effect by December 31st, 2026. So once it passes through the Senate, they'll have about a little over a year for every state to go through their Medicaid and their SNAP people for assistance. Okay. So then it talks about on Project 2025, it talks about eliminate social engineering and funnel funding into traditional value education. Well, hear this, with our education, we all know that they want to get rid of the Department of Education. They want parental choice on the schools. So they don't need to worry about the Department of Education because you're going to give parents vouchers to send their children to any school that they want to. And I'm going to tell you, your upper middle class and your wealthy are the ones that are going to get these vouchers and be able to afford to send their children to private schools. Your inner city kids, your middle income kids, they're not going to have a choice. You're not going to have the best educators. You're not going to have the best supplies because the funding has been taken away from it. Okay. Um, Now, remember, I brought up the social engineering and funnel funding and things like that. They want to create Trump accounts. How these Trump accounts are going to look, I'm not sure. I have no clue what these Trump accounts are supposed to be looking for, but it's supposed to be market based, private savings plans, and it's all tied to American values. Going through it, it seems like you can put money into this, and if you're living the way the government wants you to live, they'll put a little bit more extra money into that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So if I live the way the government wants to, they'll help me save money. I mean, that's what I'm getting
Right.
out of it. I'm not sure what the government wants me to do. I'm not quite sure about that. Um, they're also talking about the Medicaid and chips that they will be verifying legal status. So you're going to need birth certificates, marriage certificates, divorce records, bills, everything to prove that you're an American citizen. Normally, you can just take a driver's license in. It's not going to be that way. And I'm going to tell you something, because after reading this and some of the things they want to do, these real IDs we all been having to get. That real ID your son's got to get, Summer.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Because when you go
Well,
get that
and I
right,
just looked up I don't know if you've seen, but I just looked up our little checklist that we had.
uh huh.
I wonder how many more of those can we check off now?
Oh, a lot of them. Almost every single one of them. I have a little checklist here in front of. That's why I'm reading it. Um, limits states' authority. Here's a huge one that people better realize. Limits of state authority. You know how each state's supposed to have things to do? And I know I'm kind of bouncing around, but these are things that I'm reading up on more. It preempts state and local governments from regulating artificial intelligence and centralizes federal power to override states on tech, education, and energy policy. They want that to go straight through President Trump. Well, we know it's not going through him, but he's supposed to
Right.
sign off on everything. That makes no sense to me. Why is our president wanting to take stuff away from our states? It takes it in this big beautiful thing. It cuts enforcement powers from oversight bodies. So we're not supposed to have oversight bodies. And in Project 2025 labels oversight and regulation as deep state overreach. So again, here we have these oversight committees that they're being taken away. It's kind of like what Doge is doing now, going in and saying it's fraud, and they're finding all this fraud, but it's actually waste when you look at it. It's the same thing. That shouldn't be with Musk and his little power people. It should be with our government in the oversight committees. But they're wanting to take that away. Um,
Yep.
the big thing again in Project 2025, they're actively seeking to roll back Medicaid expansion entirely. They want it so closed that nobody's going to be able to get it. They're just not, because they're not going to give extra funds to the states for Medicaid, and those that the states that try to not go by what the government wants to do, what our president wants to do, they're going to lose federal funding. Again,
Right.
here I live in Florida. We don't have a state tax. Okay, so we can't rely on our state tax. We have to rely on the federal funds. Where are we getting this from? I don't
Right.
know. I don't know how
You-
this is going to help us.
Let me know whenever you want me to drop the link for whenever people want to come up.
Oh, you can drop the link. I mean, Vinny probably has a few
Okay.
things to say. Chris probably has a few things to say. Chris is the expert in the medical stuff.
Yep.
And
All right.
Vinny,
Link is dropped for anybody who wants to join.
they're wanting to de-risk the fund to project to protect fossil fuel companies from court orders or regulations. Well, Project 2025 seeks to shield oil and gas interests from legal environmental challenges. So, for example, somebody leaks something, or an oil comes up, or something poisons you. The government's stopping you from suing these companies. They're not going to hold them accountable or responsible. How,
Right.
how who's going to be held accountable and responsible? You're not going to be able to take them to court. They want deregulation, and they don't want any companies allowed to be challenged in courts.
Yeah.
I
That's
know.
crazy.
Well, and they want to defund the watchdog and public interest enforcements. It guts the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. So we have no safeguards. They're wanting to take all safeguards away. I feel like I may be living in communist China soon.
Well, and
There's
that's the
no
thing. I just
safeguard.
don't understand how so many people aren't upset about this kind of stuff.
Well, and like I said, the ones that it's going to really, really hurt are going to be our middle to lower income people. The ones that
Right.
have Medicaid, disability, under the age of 60, from what I'm seeing, everybody who's on disability, they are going to have to reprove that you qualify for disability. Um, and from what I can see, and that's what I'm going to wait for the Senate to do, it looks like people may have to do it every 6 months.
Right.
Now they randomly pick people once a year. Now they're going to be doing it every 6 months. That's what, we'll see what the Senate does. But I have a real problem, like the watchdogs. Some of these watchdog groups, that's how we find out things are happening
Right.
because we don't know. Can't watch all this stuff. There's too many of it. We can't watch
I
it.
seen that. I seen Harvard. He pulled all of Harvard's funding. Did you see that?
Well, he did that a while ago, though, didn't he? Because,
Yeah, I guess something today was finalized in all of it today, though.
yeah, because Harvard don't want to stop the people if they want to
D.
protest and things like that,
Yep.
and they believe in DEI.
Yep.
So but Harvard, I heard, is also going to start giving out full scholarships to more people.
Yeah, that's us. Yep, I did hear that as well. Yep.
So I think they're Harvard's going to have to figure something out, but it's not apparently, from what I can gather, that Harvard's trying to change things. Where we only know of people that go to Harvard are you're wealthy people normally for law and medical and things like that. Yeah, Chris, 20 hours a week. That's yeah, but they're trying to throw you bones, everybody. Here's your bones. Um, the taxes on tips. I believe right now the House wants it up to $25,000. You don't have to pay taxes on tips. Overtime, up to a certain amount, they're going to not force you to pay overtime. People that are on Social Security, up to a certain amount, will not be taxed. We'll see. Like I said, these are all things that we're going through now, that we're living, and I'm not hearing a lot of people talk about it. They all think that the ones I'm hearing, they think it's going to be a good thing.
Yeah. That's the part I don't understand. And a lot of these people, like, like for instance, Kentucky, right? It's a very red state. It's a very, very Trump state. But a lot of these people are on Medicaid and Medicare and disability and assistance, like, especially rural Kentucky. And that's the part that I just don't understand. It's like, you guys, it's like, I guess they think that it's not, in some sense, I almost like me and you were talking earlier. And I feel like they're like, oh, well, it's going to affect those poor people, but not us because, we're fine. We're Trump supporters. We're okay. And it's
Right.
like, no, 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 you big Dutch. It's going to affect everybody. Like, that's what you're not getting. When are you going to catch on to that? I
Well,
don't get it.
and here's the thing, and I don't think people are thinking about our next generations. I camp,
No.
okay, and we don't always. Most of the time, we do, but we don't always camp at the camping resorts. We will do conservation places like BLM, which is the basic land management. Um, but they're trying to block any conservation of our state and federal parks.
Right.
So right now we have all these beautiful parks, and they've been trying to do this in Florida for the last 18 months, and we have been blocking every single one of them so far. But I know you visit state parks, and I know Kentucky has some beautiful federal parks. Well,
Uh-huh.
they are federal parks where people can't build on them. You can't have a resort coming in, building this, 30-story building with golf course and things like that because it's protected right now. Well, they're trying to take protection away that people can build on it. And all it does is fund the builders. That's all it does. It does nothing for everybody else. You take our parks away, they don't want to conserve any of the public open lands. In Florida, we have some beautiful ones, and I know Kentucky does too.
Yep.
So it's going to
100%.
affect, And I know Oregon does, Utah does, Missouri does. Every state has state and federal land that is put away for conservation. And there's hunting on them, there's camping on them, there's hiking trails on them, and it keeps our green. Well, they're wanting to take that away. We're not going to have any more green
Mhm.
spaces. And like I said, it may not be affecting you and I, but what about our next generations? If you start building on that, and if you just have concrete jungles everywhere, golf courses everywhere, resort style living everywhere, you're not going to have that anymore. I
I
don't
don't.
know.
I just don't get it. I don't understand. Like it just doesn't make sense to me. And I wish we could have the conversation where people can make sense, but all people can say is, "Don't worry, everything's gonna be okay." And it's like, really? Is it though? Is it?
No, I mean, we talked about in Project 2025 where they wanted to dismantle the EPA. We talked about that. And
Right.
what is our air quality going to be like? Our water quality going to be like? Our food quality, because it's going to get into the soil if they unleash fossil fuel production. Well, do these people not understand this?
No, I don't think they do. You know what I mean?
I mean, I don't understand some of it. They're not, they're canceling funds even in this Build Back Beautiful or whatever it's called. They are
Hmm.
canceling funds to preserve historic districts. Yeah,
Yeah.
right, Chris? We've been dealing with that. We have stopped 3 of them so far. We just stopped 2 of them in St. Johns County within the last 9 months. Hey, Bronze, how's it going? They want to build in the Panther region in Florida and push them out. Well, this one of the state parks over on the west coast of Florida, they wanted to put a resort and a golf course. And I know here down in Volusia County, they wanted to do a resort in one of the state parks. They wanted to do a resort, pickleball, um, frisbee golf, and a golf course. Who's going to these places?
I
Who's
have
going
no
to afford?
idea.
Well, who's going to afford these resorts?
Well, and that's the thing right there, right? Who's going to be able to afford it?
I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me. There are so many things that make no sense to me. And I'm sorry, if you don't have an EPA, your trucking, your rails. I mean, we talked about how Jamie does railroad. That's
Yep.
what he does. He goes and makes sure it's running and it's within the guidelines. Well, they're taking those guidelines away. They're wanting
Yep.
to take it away. These these truck drivers that are transferring fuel. We get fuel to our gas stations and fuel trucks, right? If the EPA is removed, are those truckers still going to have the same guidelines? Are you going to protect our quality? I don't think
Mhm.
so.
There's already truckers. The trucker industry is taking a big hit right now anyway because of the tariffs and shit.
Yep.
Vinny,
Mr. Vinny Pots and Pans, how are you?
Salute, ladies. I'm doing well.
So have you read any of this
hello,
House bill
sir.
today?
Have I what?
Read any of this House bill today? This Build Back Beautiful or Build Beautiful or whatever it's called?
Hey, I'm trying to build myself back better. Who? Every time I try to do it, they charge me a tariff. Man.
Right?
Right?
They hit me with tariffs and they're taking away my pizza. What's going on in the world?
That's the
Yeah.
first thing. I just literally walked in the room and Curtis was like, "They're taking my tombstone, babe. What the fuck?" It's like, hey, it's the guy with the voice that he's got it all figured out. I mean, he puts bears in his cars and in Central Park. He makes
Yeah.
sense.
Well, it is, although it's like, all right, change is, change, you always have to remember, right? Change is inevitable.
Yep.
But what I do like what Kennedy he is aware of, which we are all aware of, even though it sucks. he's just wanting them to knock out. He's not saying they can't make the product. He's just saying you're not going to use the poisons to make the product. There's just
Right.
the ingredients that are going in there. Most of it is a lot of these weird preservative things that make these things last for years and years and years. Shit like that. Although it's not great in large amounts, small amounts. Listen, you shouldn't be eating frozen pizzas every day. Once in a while, no big deal. It's like anything else. Just do it in moderation. But Kennedy is on there's a lot of these weird things. I mean, you see all these ingredients now. It's almost like reading War and Peace book. There's so many ingredients, and they tell you these numbers and nutrients. But I don't need to know any of that shit. Just don't poison my shit. And if I like to eat it, I'm gonna eat it. But
Right.
it is nice to be educated about what these food manufacturers, especially like seed companies and whatnot, like Monsanto, and what they do in the farming industry. And I think people and kids all around the world, mostly here too in the United States, is to know exactly from farm to plate. How does it get there? What's involved? What's the most freshest thing? Now, the most freshest food, obviously, it's got to go quick because the shelf life is terrible. And that's all it is. It's shelf life. So what? You don't have to have a fucking boxes of whatever sitting on your shelves for years. Just have the normal, like to me, I like the farmers market kind of shit. Like the local farmers get together and then they just set up their shit. I mean, something like that I think should come around more often. But
Vinny,
but
but
just
I have
education is the key when it comes to poisoning and ingesting things in your body.
so and I tried eating. I mean, like this afternoon, I ate a salad. I ate a salad, ate some croutons, put some fresh tomatoes in, um,
Mm.
put a few carrots in. Just a salad because I love
You try
salad.
to turn me on, Christine.
I could live on salads. I'll be honest with you. But here's the thing that I'm not and can't go to the store 2-3 times a week or a farmer's market to get the fresh veggies and fruits.
Right.
You can't do that. How does anybody do that?
Well, most shit, and I've been like more into like doing bananas and melons.
Hmm.
It's cheap, and bananas are what they are with shelf life, but they does last at least a week.
Hmm.
Bags of salad, they're like $2. Even if you don't even
But
grab it,
but the preservatives in those bags of salad, I can probably go read it right now
well, I know,
because
but
I
that's
have
what
them.
Kennedy is going after. He's going after all the shit that they have in processed packaged foods. Not so much salad, but it's the stuff that they spray on it that keeps it, like apples. Sometimes you look at them in the supermarket and you're like, it just looks too fucking perfect.
Well, that's like I have oranges, limes, grapefruit trees in my yard,
Mm-hmm.
and they're very good, very juicy, very sweet. And lemons. I have Myers
Yeah.
lemons. They're like the best lemons in
You
the
got the
world.
perfect environment down there for it too.
But the thing is, though, they're not pretty like the store. The outside's not pretty. But I don't use pesticides. I don't use coloring. They're in their natural state. And people aren't going to buy things that don't look pretty. Pretty sells.
Well, it does until they stop realizing that, just don't introduce the prettiness and just give us the freshness. And then you're going to be cooler with the
Right.
most freshest than the coolest looking or
But
the
if you
nicest.
have bananas, and I'll show you. All right. I always have bananas here. I always have apples here. Um, I'm going to.
And melons, I just got into them like just a few months ago. I mean, they're
Oh,
simple. I just grab like a small honeydew melon or whatnot, cut it in half, just throw it in the refrigerator, and I just grab a spoon, pull it out of the fridge, and I just eat it. Like it's already a bowl if you think about it. And I was like, this is fucking cool. And it's refreshing. Let me tell you. I'm like, this is gonna go great on fucking in the summertime.
oh
And it's
shoot!
cheap.
I gotta
And it's
open
cheap.
this up. Okay. So
Yeah, I
see,
love. You know what I do, Vinny, is I make fruit trays.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
there's my watermelon. See, I keep it in my fridge. Cut it
Oh, you
all
got
up.
the Mount Olive pickles, girl.
I got eggs here, but 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 I have my bananas here with my tomatoes. I have eggs here. I mean, I try, but like those bananas, today's Thursday, they'll be gone by Sunday.
Right.
They'll be
The,
gone by Sunday.
just the key, I think, in anybody's, in learning, food wise and whatnot, just try to go as fresh as you can. It doesn't, and you think fresh, it's like, all right, but you could still find things that, that just don't have all that nastiness that's in it. And now you're going to see, which is a good thing though, because if you think about it, I go down my grocery aisle and the frozen food section, right? So I go for the Stouffer's frozen like pastas and this and that because they're great in a pinch. It's a perfect size. It's like like an airplane size tray shit. It's no big deal, but it is pretty good for what they, you figure they froze it and whatnot. But the amount of different kinds of frozen pizzas down my aisle. Now, I'm not knocking the Tombstones. I'm not knocking anything with the pizza. But do you really need to have like fucking 40 different companies selling the different frozen? I mean, when is too much of a selection enough? And I'm saying, I'm all pro business and let everybody make money. But I mean, who just thinks like they're going to just make the best frozen fucking pizza and put it out there unless you're, throwing something famous behind it or something? It's just wasted shit, So give me 3 really good fresh frozen pizzas that can only last in my freezer for 2 weeks
Vinny,
or a month or so.
you see this?
And
You
it's
see
fresh.
you see this little area here?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It
That's
looks like code to a computer.
that's my
It's crazy.
that's my bagged lettuce. That's
Yeah,
my bagged
it's crazy. Like we're supposed to know what all that shit means, and they just do that just to cover their asses, saying, "Oh, they should have read the back. They knew that shit was in there." That's the only reason why they put as much information on it is because it's, "Hey, we're telling you on the package, asshole, so you should have known to cover their ass on the lawsuits." That's all that is.
But
Otherwise,
again,
it should just be like it should just say salad on the bag. That's it. A bag that just says salad.
lettuce.
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 You heard lettuce company.
Yeah, lettuce. Okay. I showed my fridge. Aren't you proud of me?
Us
But
feed you. Let
but you
us
see,
feed you.
but see, I normally
Yeah,
have
that's
pineapple.
stupid.
I normally have pineapple in my fridge. We do a watermelon. We probably go through 2 watermelons a week. I have 2 bags of apples in there. You saw the bananas I have. We probably go through a dozen tomatoes a week.
Yeah. And you could do a lot with chicken, and it's still not that expensive. Even the supermarkets now, they even have I'd rather go for the fresh pre-packaged than a lot of the frozen stuff. They'll make like pasta fresh that day, and then they'll add like 3 fresh meatballs because they have a huge kitchen now at my supermarket. So most of the stuff is like just they make all kinds of, instead of it being frozen, you can get meatloaf, side of mashed potatoes, gravy, and it was made that day. So it's like basically going in there and taking out, like if you were taking food out of a restaurant,
But how
like a
expensive
to-go
is
bag,
that?
So that's more fresh or fresher, It's not sitting in a can. It's not all wrapped up in kind of weird packaging, getting all kinds of chemicals, let alone what they're spraying on it, but from the packaging itself. So, and it's kind of stupid. I know this. We send a lot of farming,
Overseas.
things overseas to get processed and then sent back here, which
Yep.
is fucking stupid. Who does that? Hey, I got to get my car fixed, Christine, but I'm going to send it over to fucking Saudi Arabia and then they're going to send it back to me. It's stupid.
Oh, Amanda, your stores don't have that? We have it. But like I said, it's expensive. And if you got a family of 4 or family of 6, how do you afford it?
Yeah. Well, then you got to go. Then you got to think like bigger, like get a turkey. People don't even realize like I love a good fucking turkey, man.
Oh,
And I don't have to have
I,
all the crazy shit to it. But let me tell you, a good fucking turkey, and I'm by myself, but I could pick on that fucking for at least a week with all kinds of different things that I could think about on the fly for it, and then you can make soup with it.
oh, shoot. Oh,
So
shoot. I'm not touching. I'm not touching. I'm done touching. Sorry, Amanda. We're ping ponging you back and forth.
That's fine.
My bad, man.
It's okay.
No, I thought you stepped away, and it's like, oh shoot.
No, our Walmart, I was just going to say, our Walmart has a very, very, very small hot bar where you can get like fried uh, popcorn chicken or fried shit, boneless wings kind of deal, and JoJo's. I call them JoJo's. They're basically big potatoes, you know.
Potato
Uh,
wedges.
yeah, potato wedges. We just grew up calling them JoJo's, and um, but that's basically it. It's not like the one back home where Vinny's talking about that you could get like if you wanted, you know, a plate, you could get, you know,
Yeah.
some green beans, mashed potatoes, and some meatloaf and a roll for a certain amount because my mom, you know, she was by herself, and if she wasn't over at one of my cousin's house or something, she would just go by the store and do that,
Yeah.
and she loved it. So
And it's, I tell you, it's not bad. Like I always write, I always want to remember to ask myself, who's making it? These guys make meatballs. I've tasted they make them better than some of the restaurants I've seen, the top rated ones. I'm like,
right,
whoever's making this is it's good. And so you could get like three, tennis ball sized meatloaf. I mean meatballs with a half pound tray of like pasta for like 5 and change.
yeah,
You can't beat it. And it's fresh. It was just made that day. And then, like you said, Amanda, it could last you at least a day or two.
and it would last my mom because she wasn't a big eater anyway, and like if you wanted salad, they would sell salad. You make your own salad by the pound, and you know, and it's the same ladies that cooked it every day. They've been working at that grocery store, gosh, for probably 30 years, you know?
Mm-hmm. I always wondered as an idea when I was in college, I always, they gave you the card and then three, you get your breakfast, your lunch, and your dinner that was offered if you wanted it at the cafeteria or numerous cafeterias on campuses and stuff. And I always thought like that would be a kind of cool concept in certain communities, to actually have that where it's kind of like if you like being a member to like a dinner club, I guess. I guess that's how dinner clubs maybe even started back in the day. They used to call them dinner clubs with entertainment, but I'm not talking entertainment. I'm just talking like a 24-hour building that these are the three split times that we're going to be serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner and different assortments at that time. So let's just say like each member of the community paid maybe $120 a month, so at least if you're not going to be wanting to cook or do anything, you could just go over there and get yourself your food,
Yeah. So
Plus it's good in two other ways. It gets people out of the fucking house and it gets people to socialize a little bit if they are alone and they're not doing anything, making food and shit like that,
exactly, because, you know, as we get older, you know, people tend to die off. And like my mom, the only interaction she had was like with the neighbors or at church,
Mhm.
or with my cousin, who my grandparents raised my cousin. So basically, she's my aunt. I always call her aunt, whatever. I've never, you know, thought of her as a cousin, okay? But they were always together. They just live right down the road, so from each other, and it sucks because um, okay, so I'm gonna start helping with Meals on Wheels here, and a friend of mine already does it, and she's the president of the board at our senior center. And so many of our elderly people don't have any family and don't have anybody to interact with. And the only interaction they have is from Meals on Wheels, um, or going to the senior center to do something. You know, it's really sad.
Right. So it would be like, like a senior center, but, it would just be 24/7 for the community, not just, you know what I mean? And it would be kind of cool. I mean, they could actually add, you know, or expand onto most
They do
communities
it at
that have the
college
senior
campuses.
buildings already, real estate wise.
Yeah, it's a good idea. My son, you know, when he was in college,
Yeah.
he
I
play
love that. Go down, check
basketball.
out the chicks. You hang out, whatever.
Yeah,
It's no
he had a
different as
meal plan.
any place else that you go. It's like going to a buffet, but you kind of know the people every time you go there.
Yep, he had a meal plan, and of course I didn't pay for it because he played football. He had one, and they even had a Chick-fil-A in
Yeah,
theirs.
mine too when he went to school.
That's cool. That's pretty cool.
Because I would go see him, and he's like, "Yeah, you want to go over to the student union and look around and stuff?" I said, "Sure." And so we'd stop in there, and of course I'd be thirsty. Um, and you could eat almost 24 hours a day. You could eat probably from 5 a.m. till about 9 p.m. And then that would be pretty much it. So, anyway,
Yeah, because the last thing most people want to do is just cook for one person, and I don't really mind it if it's something that I know I'm gonna, munch on for the next few days or so. But then
right,
again, most people don't, not a lot of people know how to cook or they're not creative with it. So they just get stuck eating the same shit day after day. So something like that, Amanda, I think that, like you said, it gives it variety, it gives someone variety. Because if I'm sitting around, it's like, all right, I know at 5 o'clock, even if something silly like, hey, it's fucking steak night at this joint, let me get my ticket, get my steak or some shit. But it does make you look forward to it. You know what? Get you up. Maybe, tell people get up off their ass, go take a fucking shower, get yourself presentable, go out and have yourself a fucking meal. You sit down by yourself, but you go by yourself, but you're going to find your crew and you're going to sit down. No different than hanging out here.
right.
No different.
We have a place called Barn Hills. It used to be called the Western Sizzlin'. I don't know if you've ever heard of that chain.
No, I haven't.
Summer may have or Christine because it was a Southern chain.
It's a southern thing. It's
Well,
a southern thing.
That's a
right.
southern thing.
They went out of business for the most part, and so ours stayed open, and the Barnhill family just basically bought everything and kept it as Barnhill. So long story short, they have a certain a day during the week where older people can come and they can get for cheap, right? And oh my gosh, it is like senior citizen haven, and they're rocking and rolling in that place,
Yeah.
because older people will go by themselves, but they end up visiting with other people.
Right. It's like listen, one of the best times I had was going down with my grandmother and all her old, her friends when I was visiting back from school and they went down to Atlantic City. I was like just surrounded by old people, but they all met once a month. And that was like, they were just excited. Like they catch up and they're gossiping and bullshitting. They're drinking beers in the back by the bathroom, smoking cigarettes. I said, this is my kind of old crowd over here. And I'm like fucking 17, 18
Yeah.
years old. But you can see the excitement. Like they get ready the night before and shit, because sometimes that's it. That's all a person really has to look forward to, because some people just don't have anybody to talk to. And they don't know how to speak to people. I mean, everybody's where they're at. That's why I always say, so that's why you look within and realize if you're happy with that situation. But maybe something like you said, some people just are stuck. They don't know. Not a lot of people know how to fucking be social. That's all. That's about what I'm trying to say, I guess, with that.
I don't like being social.
Yeah.
It depends on my mood.
Yeah, right. Depends who I'm forced to be social with.
Amanda's like, not until I had my fucking coffee.
Oh yeah, we don't do anything before me. My aunt and uncle used to live here with us, and he was a chef. So my gosh, we all gained weight when he lived here. And they lived here. Well, for 2 years they came down during the winter and stayed at my house for like 6 months, and then they moved down here and stayed like a whole year and a half. But I like quiet in the early mornings. I'm normally up before the sun comes up. I sit outside, have my coffee, and not, just leave me alone. I'm good. Oh
That's
my
it.
God. And my aunt has this loud voice. And she'd be up at the crack of dawn too, and I'd have my coffee. It's like, okay, okay, breathe, because I need quiet. You can sit outside and sit over there and don't talk. Just don't talk, right? Just don't talk to me.
And Jay had a rough 48 hours. I'm just going to be honest with you.
I'm sorry.
I really don't want to answer any questions, hon. I just don't. It's nothing against you personally. It's just it's
Jay,
not,
I'm question ready.
I'm ready.
Oh no, I was going to ask Amanda about the the work requirements for Medicaid for our cancers
we've
a
already
couple of years ago.
we've already been over before, Jay.
Hmm?
We've already been over before, Jay.
Oh no, I was going to ask you, did it hurt the Republicans politically in Arkansas?
Nothing hurts.
Oh, okay.
There's an, there's an
You
echo.
echoing. Someone's
Jay, you
echoing.
got an echo.
I don't know.
No, I
No,
don't think it's Jay.
no, and I'm in my usual spot. I'm not moving, so I don't
No,
know.
it was J1. He muted, so we don't hear it now.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing is going to fix Republicans. Nothing is going to fix what they're trying to do with Medicaid expansion. It just, I
And
can
it,
only deal with so many problems in a day. Respectfully, I just can't deal with everything.
I don't know if you heard, we were talking about it earlier on the SNAP and the Medicaid and
Yeah, I mean, I've been
all
watching,
that.
and I know what they're trying to do.
I
And
give you credit, guys, that you guys watch and keep abreast on that so much. I know, it is what it is, but it's like, it's just, it seems to me lately, it just seems like
There's so
it
much.
needs to crash. We need to witness this all going to shit in order for it to get better.
that's what I'm
Oh,
thinking, Benny. At this point,
Yeah, it
literally,
has to
I
be.
told somebody that I hope the entire federal government implodes on itself.
Yep,
oh, it's
that's
going
exactly
to.
what I'm. It's like I'm like, let's get that over with. It's like just rip that band-aid off in these pricks. And I think, Amanda, it's because the truth, the way it's moving up the ranks of what one person thinks that they're more powerful than another human being, and so on in government and wherever else with money, right? Because at the end of the day, there's just a few top people who we probably don't even know who the fuck they are, and
No,
the shit is going their way, and it's just a matter of who has the bigger chip in the game. Because a lot of these guys that I could literally start to see just through certain outlets that I keep watching, is that you see the snake is at its tail, and the tail is in its mouth already.
Oh yeah,
It's
absolutely.
it's ready to it's ready to feast now from Trump on up to the level of that.
And
I
what
mean, in so
people
many more ways that these human beings, that they have these secrets, their family histories and whatnot, and what they've done, and all these fucking, oh, I'll give this guy a pardon, and he didn't do nothing yet, but that Fauci boy, I'll pardon him anyway, just in case now. So stupid. They're just a bunch of criminals. Not all, but most of them are all just criminals, and
that motherfucker.
justice is definitely coming down the pike for them. And but that means, Amanda, is that
Hang on,
it's
guys.
a bittersweet in a way, because once that happens, our whole system as we know it is done until everybody figures out what's our new currency and how we're going to set up our new system. Which to me, it would probably be one of the most fascinating things to witness. Just how it just all evolves. Because I have a feeling, we've all signed up to be here to participate in this in one form or fashion, and whatever that may be, you know. And that to me is a good thing. We're here talking about it. At least we recognize it. There's people out
yeah.
there, they don't even have a clue what's going on and where they are in this realm.
And
Well,
that saddens and scares me at the same time.
Yeah.
and I just want to say this, that what they're trying to do, and there's an echo. I don't know who has an echo, but um, what they're doing with the work requirement, guys. I'm just going to say this: under Medicaid expansion, because Arkansas is the one that's put this model out, and they've already been doing it. They're wanting people to work. Well, guess what? Most people in Arkansas, their own Medicaid expansion, already work. Okay, they already work, or they're enrolled in school. So they're lying to people. So what's going to essentially happen is they're trying to cut Medicaid expansion, and they're going to boot these people off, and try to put them on the exchange because they don't want to pay for expansion anymore. So
No, they don't. But, and Florida isn't like Arkansas, but millions of people within the last year have lost their Medicaid.
Oh yeah, we've had hundreds of thousands, but nothing close to y'all because we're a smaller state.
Yeah, we've had millions.
And a lot of ours have been children, by the way.
Well, that is one thing that I got to give Florida credit for. Any child under the age of 25 or 18, I'm sorry, they're trying to raise it to 25. Any child under the age of 18 can get insurance, affordable insurance within Florida. If you don't qualify for like the Medicaid, they have the Sunshine Kids that I think the maximum is like $40 a family. It only covers the kids though. So if you've got one kid or 10 kids, you'll pay $40 a month for. And those are people that are, if it's a family of four, you can still be making $80,000 a year and pay $40 a month for your children's insurance.
Yeah, what we have here is AR Kids First. It's a Medicaid program. Uh,
Hmm.
we don't have a separate sunshine thing like you're saying. It would be wonderful for a family to be able to only pay $40 a month. You know.
Yeah. It only covers the kids, but there is no reason any child in the state of Florida should not have health insurance. None.
Right. And unfortunately, because we don't have that second layer, we have a lot of kids without protection. And let me also say this: the majority of children kicked off have disabilities, uh,
Yeah.
that require things for said disabilities. So
Hmm. Yep.
I
No.
I read their stupid bills and I keep up with their bullshit.
Yeah, I've been well. After it passed at 7 a.m. this morning, or 6:53 or whatever time it was, like, okay, I need to read that because for that to pass at that time of the morning, for them to be at it all night, that is probably something I need to be aware of.
Oh
And
yeah, I watched them. I watched them at the clock
I
this
just want to greet Lisa because she snuck up here. Hey, Lisa.
morning. Hey Lisa.
Rage quit. She rage quit.
Oh,
She's muted.
Rage quit.
Hey,
Hey,
Howdy.
baby doll.
I had to check my clock, make sure it wasn't midnight. I was like, what? What's going on here?
You had to make sure you were on the right channel, though, too, right?
Yeah, I was like, all right, well, let me just pop in for a minute and say hello since you're on early enough.
Hello.
We are on early enough. I think that's what we may start trying to do, especially on the nights that summer's not working, and is maybe kind of cover things throughout the day or week and do this, at least once a week. Start maybe 8:30.
Yep. Yep. Sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
So, how was everybody?
Good. We were kind of discussing that build back beautiful or build beautiful. I don't know, whatever. What's it
Lisa,
called,
Lisa,
Amanda?
they're taking our frozen pizza away.
I forget
What?
They're
what it's
taking our
called.
they're taking our DiGiorno.
I forget what it's called. I just call it the bullshit bill.
Yeah, it's like the big beautiful bill. That's what one big beautiful bill. It's called one big beautiful bill.
You gonna sign that big BS bill?
Yeah. So basically what I gather after reading it and comparing it to Project 2025, it's just everything from Project 2025 thrown in there. That's what it is.
Yeah, and this was in the part about Medicaid and the work requirements came from
And SNAP.
Arkansas. They came from Sarah Huckabee Sanders and her cronies.
Yeah.
Um, as a matter of fact, she's talked about it extensively about how she has sent the program to Washington, so Donald Trump can consider it for the rest of the country.
I'm just very concerned. I mean, and I'll be honest, and I was telling Summer earlier today, in all honesty, none of this is gonna bother me because I'm in the part of my life to where I don't have an increased earning potential, especially if the stock market does nasty things. Um, I, Yes, the Medicare may affect me because my husband's on Medicare. It may start affecting me at one day, but as of right now, here's my problem. I can't just look at myself. I have to look at my kids and my grandkids and my community and my country. I
Well,
don't. I.
it,
I. I. I I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say my Part B. My Part B is paid through there.
And Christine, if you just focus on one of those things at a time, and you should be focused on first because you're the most important out of that, okay, that's where you start.
Well, and
And
I'll be fine.
you know what I mean? Like, it's not Christine's responsibility. I understand about, for the youngins and shit, but I'm just saying, like, you're here for your purpose too, Christine. And
But
your
what about
purpose
Mother
is,
Earth?
but listen, Mother Earth has been here forever and she's going to continue to be here
But we're going
long
to
after we.
destroy the damn thing.
All right. And, you're supposed to, not supposed to, but just remember, as much as you got a lot of different titles and you wear a lot of different hats, just like everybody else. But always remember, you have to have that time for you in order to keep yourself not having to worry about anything like that. If it comes along and you're doing things that you like to do, but always remember, it's whatever somebody else's worry is not yours, especially if they're an adult, family member or not. That's just the way it is. Your emotional check, you should be at the even keel mark all the time. You start your day off just like that all the time. Don't worry about
See,
anybody else's problem,
I have a really tough time doing that,
especially these political ones.
especially when I walk through certain parts of the city and I see kids and women and men homeless.
Yeah.
You
And it's
know,
not the homeless. I mean, it's we know the indignation that they're doing and the things that they're doing is not right. And I know, Vinny, you have a different attitude. You're from New York. New Yorkers are much different. And no, respectfully, I don't mean that in a bad way.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I'm a very empathetic person. It pains me to my core to think that there's a child out here that is disabled that is not going to get the services they need, the diapers, the thickening for their food. The list goes on and on.
Yeah.
Okay. Because some greedy asshole somewhere in America cares more about his money, and fucking over vulnerable populations in our country. I have an issue with that.
Yeah. I
well,
was
and something even more general. I mean, I love our state parks. I absolutely love going there. There's a couple areas that are the land management, the Bureau of Land Management, BLMs, that will go. We used to go and take our tents or take our RV and just camp for the night, and it was roughhousing it, and that can be taken away by big builders, by big pockets.
when I
It
was
already has
when
been.
when I was a young foot cop, Amanda, with the homeless. Just I just got remembered by this incident I had. So I'm on my foot post, and I'm doing it's the midnight, so it must be like 2, 3 in the morning. Usually around there, we have these inspectors that drive around. They call them having the duty. There's always a duty captain, a duty inspector, all in the higher ranks, just in case shit hits the fan while everybody else is home sleeping or some shit like that. There's always someone on call for shit, right? And
Right.
numerous ones. But then there's the ones that are real fucking, take it just way too much, and they just like to drive around and make sure, I guess they just drive around and make sure we're doing what we're doing, but they don't have any common sense whatsoever. So
Those
here
are
it is.
micromanagers.
We
So,
call them
so,
shift
so here it is. It's 3 in the
supervisors.
morning now. On our radios, we would just key in, and there'd be certain code words to know, because the guy was an asshole. He was an inspector, and he's driving around in an unmarked Crown Vic. But we got the people on the lookout saying, all right, the whatever the code word was, So this way, you make sure that you are on your post, no matter where you are, because this guy was a stickler for shit like that, and he's gonna want you to do stupid shit. But on my post, which I was hanging out with, because was a bunch of homeless people, maybe about 10 of them spread out. Let's say on a block as long as a Manhattan block would be, and This guy fucking goes around and he's like, post bubba on the air. And that was my post. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, yeah, I'm on here. And he's like, yeah, meet me, whatever it is, 10-4 me at whatever we want. So I already saw his headlights where he was. He was at the end of the block. So I'm like, I know what he's going to say. And I'm thinking he's going to be trying to address these nice people that is trying to get some fucking sleep while he's all on his fucking tirade about. I get up to his window and he goes, where's your book? And then we all have these books. So they always give you a scratch. And that's when they sign your book. Because that shows that they're doing their bullshit and they're making sure you're where you're supposed to be. It's just an endless checking on. So I give him my book and he goes, oh, it's all up to date? Yeah, it's up to date. Okay, boom. Gives the book back and goes, what's up with these homeless people? I go, what do you mean what's up with them? They're sleeping. You got to get them out of here. I said, get them out of here?
Why?
So, but don't forget, he's an inspector. I'm a fucking newly minted fucking rookie.
Right. He's a shift. We would consider him.
You know, he's an old ass fucking Irish prick.
Right.
You know, and you know, he goes, I want all these fucking people off the block within 2 hours.
Oh my God.
And I'm gonna come back and check on you. No problem, Inspector. Salute the whole thing. I'm like, as he pulls away, I'm like, you fucking scumbag. And I said that went into the ethers, not inside. You know? So I take my hat back off because, you know, it's important to make sure you present yourself with a hat in front of you. You know. So,
yeah.
So I'm thinking to myself, ladies, I'm thinking it's 3 a.m. almost. I'm off at 7 something in the morning. So it's not that long. So I figured this motherfucker ain't coming back here. He's not coming back here. I said, screw this Irish prick, because I want these people, because I was on the corner making sure that they're not getting fucking ripped off and stabbed and shit. At least let them fucking sleep, for crying out loud. And they probably were all hanging out there because they knew I was hanging out there, because I watched them all set up. You know, like when they look at you and they're doing it and then they just keep looking at me. Now, don't forget, I get that look when I'm in uniform, and it took a different while for me to get used to being in the uniform, how people look at you. And I got to looking where people, if they're thinking that something's wrong that they're doing, they're going to do it and then constantly look at you. Because then they see if you're going to make a move, then they're doing something wrong. But if they keep continuing to do it, such as set up a tent, such as put down a sleeping bag, make a little nest for yourself so you want to sleep on the subway grate and get a little heat for the, you know. So, you know, I kind of just give the nod, or I won't even do it. I'll just put my, you know, give them the hand, like, go ahead, you know, like, you know, like, because that's what people should do. Because now what am I supposed to do? Go down this fucking block, wake these 10 people up, you know, and do what? Send them on to the next block that I watch? Send them on to that next block that I watch to do what? To just keep, no. So I said no to it, and that motherfucker never came back. And that was my attitude with it when it came to that shit. I had a couple other little incidences when it came not to doing what the mighty inspector wants you to do, Vin. Oh, Vin. Especially when it came to guys who sold the bootleg CDs, because they were all over the place sometimes, you know.
Oh, I remember those days, man. I remember those days.
Amanda, they would set up with the fucking the sheet, and they put it all out and shit like that. Just, you know. But if I got too much, then you had to, like, you're like, guys, you got to at least, I would tell them, guys, just spread the fuck out. You guys all like to hang out with each other, but you got king size fucking quilts on the sidewalk full of fucking 1980s favorites. You know?
I've heard these stories from my ex-husband, and my boyfriend, you know, was a civilian cop for over 20 years, and you hear those stories the same thing, because you're like, why fuck with somebody that's not fucking with you or fucking with anybody else? You know, if they're not doing anything to anybody, why do I serve them, kind of deal? And he's just told me 1,000 stories over the years of situations he's encountered, and the lieutenant, you know, or whatever shift supervisor wants to light him up, and he's like, that makes no sense.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there really, this is unnecessary. And so I just I get it. It's kind of the same way in teaching. You know, you have to make decisions every day. And some decisions are, well, if the kid is really being a badass and he wants to leave the classroom for a reason, don't give him what he wants.
Hmm.
Make him have to stay in class. And eventually he's going to readjust or he's going to move his desk beside mine. I mean, those are just your choices
Mm-hmm.
because I'm not going to give you what you want. I'm not going to let you get out of potential learning because you want to be disruptive and go to the office because that's easier than actually learning. You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
So it's all about behavior and learning what you can and can't do. So, um, something I had a story and I was going to say it and I don't remember what it was. Hell
Oh,
of a
I was talking about moving the homeless people that I didn't.
yeah, it was something here. What they're doing here, and let me give you an example recently of a homeless situation. So we have a group of homeless, and they moved them from Walmart. They moved them down, down the road, let's say a mile, and they ended up in front of this mobile home park on an access road. And some people went to social media, and I knew one of the guys. These people were not doing anything wrong. They were literally just on the access road, and he was making suggestions as if they were about to come into the mobile home park and start robbing people. And I said, whoa, 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 wait just a minute. They're on a public street. Have they entered the mobile home park? No. Well, what do you mean? Well, he had told everybody publicly on social media he was going to get his gun. I said, dude, you were a United States Marine. Are you fucking kidding me right now? So you're preemptively uh, looking at these people and making a decision based upon how they look when they've committed no crimes.
Right.
They've not broken into anyone's home or car or whatever. Oh, I was hot, y'all. I raised nine kinds of hell. And I know this guy personally, and I tore his ass up. And as a matter of fact, I ended up unfriending him personally from my own Facebook after this incident. And all social media, period. I even blocked him in my phone. I have no use for you. If you're
Called NIMBY, not my backyard.
right, exactly. And he says,
Not
well,
in my backyard.
they just need to go somewhere else. They just need to go somewhere else. And I said, where would you like them to go? I said, stop criminalizing homelessness. I said, because
Well,
I
they're
said,
doing that everywhere.
right, but that's not the point. I said, one of these days that can be you.
Absolutely.
And I called him by name. And I said, are you still unemployed, Blake? I said, because if I remember, you got fired from your job and you didn't know what you were going to do, right? I said, and your check from the VA isn't very much. I called his ass out. I said,
Good for you.
you're all one step away from being homeless. And
Ozzy,
if that makes me a bitch, then so be it. But don't go on social media, take a picture of a group of homeless people, put it on social media, and say that they look guilty before they've ever done anything.
Right. And you know who I wanted to fucking strangle? Were those stupid fucking kids in 2021. They're going around fucking pissing in fucking
Oh, yeah.
bottles and shit and giving these homeless people thinking that they were thirsty and they'd give it to them as they're drinking their piss. I was like, that motherfucking my foot would be so far up their ass, man.
I read about that on local news here. It
And
actually
that was and that was their entertainment. And that's what YouTube was accepting as fucking content. I was
and
like, hold that
Vinny,
shit.
Vinny, 10 toes down. You don't have to answer this. You can just say you're not disclosing. Wants to know if you worked for TNT in the 90s. I have no clue what TNT is.
What is T? No, I don't know what TNT is.
So 10 toes down. No, he did not because he doesn't know what it is.
I'll give you a clue, TNT. I was pretty much a rookie by the time the 2000 hit. So if that once, I'm not going to lock in specifically, but
Yeah, that's why I said you don't have to
yeah.
answer. I just want a general because I don't want you to do that to yourself. And not Mountain Girl, woo fucking woo.
Mountain girl, woo fucking woo.
Some cops just have nothing better to do. You know, you got to pick your battles, and you got to. I don't know. We got to. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm in a really bad mood. I'm just going to tell you straight up. I had a friend pass away that unexpectedly.
I'm sorry.
Um, Bird is sick. She's been having some issues with her right back leg. We thought it was arthritis. Had her to the vet. Pretty sure it's her lower back. We know it's not her hips. So I'm getting ready to spend an exceptional amount of money. I've got to take her to have a CT done, or take her to Memphis to have an MRI done. I'll
Oh,
probably, I'll,
damn.
I'll
Well,
probably, huh?
sorry, yelling at my dog. And Vinny, it's a tactical narcotic task force, TNT.
Oh, yeah, no. Mm-mm.
Yeah,
I've never even heard of that.
Continue on. I'll be right back. I gotta put this dog inside.
yeah.
We
Um,
are TNT.
so I'll
Who? I
wait till
bet you those
Christine
guys
gets
don't
back.
do a fucking tough.
Free.
sorry, man.
No, no, no. I was thinking of what you were saying. I was going to wait till Christine gets
I
back.
was thinking TNT at first. I'm like, was I on the TNT network at that point? No. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of what they used to call here the jump team back in the late 90s. They got extra funding for it, you know, to do narcotics
Yeah. They come
interdiction.
up with all kinds of wild names for certain things, right?
Yeah, and then they changed it to hang on, the SRT, Special Response Team. And I said recently, I looked at one of the idiots and I said, why don't you just call it the freaking SWAT team?
Right.
What are we doing here? You have negotiators, you have all the things. Why are you calling it SRT?
Because they got to be cool, man. They got to be cool.
And he's like, well, you know, that's just the name that we came up with. And I'm like, but it's a SWAT team. You know, they hate me anyway. So,
right.
you know, that fucking bitch, that Amanda Erickson, that fucking bitch. Well, I'm going to keep being a bitch. So, fuck y'all. Because you know you're dirty. You know you're dirty. And I know that you know you're dirty because my ex husband was a cop with you back in the early 90s and he was dirty with you.
They're like, oh, damn, Amanda knows her shit.
I do. And they know that I do. Surprised they haven't killed me yet. And that's no joke. But, you know, the good cops always get pushed out, you know, like my boyfriend, you know. Good cops get pushed out. It's a reality. When you go and you turn somebody in for wrongdoing, they're going to get rid of you. That's just how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah.
So, I'm curious, and NYPD, and I think I already know the answer to this. When you guys have IAB, is your
Mhm.
IAB in a separate building away from all the local precincts? Like
Yes.
okay, so it's like a house on a hill somewhere.
Yeah, they have their own building.
Got you. And see, we have an issue here with our police departments, specifically the smaller ones where they're housed inside. Now, Little Rock PD has a separate place where their internal affairs are basically away from everyone else. Um, but it's got to change. I don't care if you have a small police department or not. You know this. You don't need to be investigating yourself. So you don't know how many complaints, Vinny, that I have made recently over civil rights violations that were unfounded when I watched them slam the guy's head on the front of the police car and then choke him in the back. It's all on freaking body cam, but they found it unfounded.
I had
Oh,
to answer a complaint one time, Amanda, because I didn't say hello when I went in to get a cup of coffee to someone who said hello to me. Someone actually made a complaint that I didn't say hello back to them.
are you serious?
And I had to go down. The whole day was sitting there, CCRB, here we come. And they're laughing at me. And I said, because I walked in, because you got to think, like, I mean, because you got to sit on the other side of the table and then you have your representative there. It's a fucking process. So,
Yep.
and all of us are sitting here. I said, and once everybody realized what this complaint was about, it was just like, everybody just laughed. I'm just like, this is just such wasted bullshit, Just because I didn't say hello. Because I was like, telling my sergeant, I'm like, I have to go down because I didn't say hello. I mean, I got to answer. I got to respond because I didn't say hello. You know how many fucking people I see on my shift?
Oh my God.
And how does this person know I didn't say hello? And that's got to be some weirdo. And I said, so then you can't really find out too much who made the complaint until you really sit down with the investigators, who's a civilian. That's what they call it, the Civilian Complaint Review Board. But I was like, this is such a waste of money and time, and just and that's where it is, and that you just tenfold that everywhere in every facet of the government and departments, worldwide. It's just
Vinny,
such a waste of nonsense.
Vinny, when you were talking about peeing in the bottles, Forging Thought said that people in Portland lit tents on fire while people were sleeping in them for fun. Same kind of bullshit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna mute up for a second. When I come back, Christine, I want to finish the story about birds. So hang on.
Okay, thank you. And he says community volunteer narcotic team was a thing in California. The way their embroidery was done, it looked like their badges and shoulder patches said cunt. That's kind of funny, to be honest. Hey, Hustler.
You
Hey,
cunt.
Miguel.
You cunt. Hey, it's Kunta Kinte.
That is kind of funny, isn't it? Oh my gosh. I don't know.
Before I forget, and I'm taking the trash out.
Yes.
I'm going to take a union break. I'll be here.
Sorry, I had to go put Fozzie in and feed him because he's outside with me barking.
Yeah, mine are outside pottying too. Our Civilian Review Board, they tried to get me to join it, and that was a stupid mistake because I read the policy in the fine print, and when it said at the very end that the chief reserves the right to override any decision the Civilian Review Board makes, I said, "What's the fucking point?"
And that's what they're trying to get rid of. They're trying to get rid of all these review boards, including the civilian review boards.
Well, they haven't even. This is the first time to try to implement one here.
Mm.
And I picked up the phone and I called the chief. I said, "This is a joke, right? This is a joke." He says, "Well, not one person applied." I said, "I wonder why."
Well, yeah, what's the point if the chief can override them?
Exactly. I said, "So you're trying to implement something to make yourself look good."
Right.
Instead of doing the right thing. I said, "It's the same way with internal affairs investigations. You reserve the right to override any IAB decision. It clearly says it in the policy." And I said, "That's bullshit. That's the whole reason you have an IAB."
Yeah, we have the same problem.
Fuck everybody. Oh wow.
So anyway, I'm sorry. So Bird, you're gonna go get a CT on him?
Yeah, she's we're treating with medicine now. We start steroids tonight. And hang on, let me throw this in the big trash can. And we're already on gabapentin. So, and there is a neurologist here in Little Rock, and the surgery. Okay, so the CT is 2,000. The surgery is between 4 and 6, and then so basically I'm going to just pay 6,000 because if she has to have surgery, they'll subtract that CT cost off of it.
Right.
But I have to look at her age too.
See, that's what we had to do with Ella. She was her spinal cord, and we could have did surgery, but Ella was already getting up there, so that's why we put her down. She lost all function. She couldn't walk. She didn't have bladder. No control of anything.
Well, that's my fear.
And Ella just woke up one day like that.
Yeah, so did Bird. She was fine.
Mm-hmm.
We were treating her for antibiotic. for arthritis. And I looked up one day.
Hey, Hustler.
Thumper, get out of my house. Hang on, I got a road cat.
Okay. How are you, Hustler?
Come on, before. Say hello to Christine. Meow for her. Meow.
I'm doing good. How is everyone?
Yeah.
Good. We're just hanging out tonight, just shooting, and we're talking about some of the stuff that's going on in the country.
Yeah,
I got
it's a
broke.
lot of stuff going on.
Lord help me.
Where's Summer?
She's around. She's in the background somewhere.
Oh, trying to be like Bronze Bird. Just hop on the panel and let us think over. Okay.
So just briefly, let me just say this. I don't know what I'm going to do. It has been on my heart. I've been very upset about it. It's not about the money. I don't give a fuck about the money. Um, she's my baby. She has
Yeah,
been since I adopted her, and
yeah,
I want to make sure that she's getting the best care. We could go. We could go down to Baton Rouge, to LSU. That's the closest vet school, and see what they say. The neurologist here is very well known in the state. He's very good at what he does. I don't particularly care for him. I think he's an asshole. Uh,
yeah.
but if he can fix my dog, I'm okay with it. So I'll just keep you guys abreast of what's going on.
Yeah, let us know. Like I said, we had that problem with Ella, and there is no guarantees, even with surgery, she'll
Yep.
get any of those functions back. And she was already 10 years old, and black labs live between 9 and 12.
Yep. Same thing with the shepherd. And I've already priced the wheelchairs, and
Yeah, see,
wheelchairs.
I couldn't do that with me and Scott. I mean, you got to realize what I'm dealing with already in my home.
Right. I know. I know you couldn't. And in it's about $500. I don't give a shit. Like I said, if that's what she needs, I'll buy it.
Yeah.
So we'll just have to see what happens.
hmm So, hustlers, what's up with you today?
Nothing much. Chilling.
Chilling, aren't we all? I don't know how
Yes.
much you pay attention to politics, but we were talking earlier about this House bill that they passed at 6:53 this morning, called the big
Oh, yes. I
one
heard about it.
one one big beautiful bill or something like that.
Yeah, I heard. I don't dive much into politics, but I heard about that aspect of it at least. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna. If it goes
I
through the
mean,
Senate, there's gonna be a lot of people it's gonna affect.
I can imagine. I mean, the most I've heard lately is Trump talking about putting cuts on Section 8 and stuff like that. I did a whole show on
Yep.
that last week.
Did you?
Yep.
Yeah, I haven't dove into that part of it. I was looking at all the Medicaid and SNAP benefits that they're trying to take away.
Oh, no. Do what you want with SNAP, but please keep Medicaid and Medicare. Elderly people gonna need it. Come on now. He tripping.
Well, elderly are disabled. I mean, are poor. I mean, we have kids on Medicaid.
Yeah, people need the medical stuff, so I don't get it.
I don't either.
A
But what
majority
are they?
of
I'm
nursing
sorry.
home patients in this country are on Medicaid. I forget what the percentage is, but it's very, very high.
Oh
Because
yeah, and Trump's trying to get rid of all of it.
right, and because you do a spin down of your assets, and that way Medicaid pays. And so, but I wanted to say this, and it was something about that bill. It actually doesn't even go into effect until he's out of office. Parts of it. So
Well, parts of it they were trying to do in 2028 and 2029, but
yeah.
the House wanted it changed to 2026 to be full effect.
And so last night I thought this was the House that was filibustering and not the Senate when I was watching it. I didn't think that the Senate had voted on it
No, you haven't yet.
because I was watching it at 1 cussing on the AP chat thing,
Yeah,
telling somebody
it's
all
only
suck.
gone through the House. It's got to go through the Senate now, but the
Right.
Senate is majority Republican.
Of course, unless we can, there's a few of them we can get to turn, but the chances are slim.
Oh, that's what they did with the House, though. A few of them did turn, and that's why the vote was, I think, 215 to 214.
Yeah, it was close.
I'm interested in the Section 8 housing, though. I'll have to go back, hustler, and look at your thing.
Yeah,
What's
I have to look at
to,
that.
to, to see what's going on with the Section 8. I haven't even dove into that at all.
Yeah, it's an interesting show.
They want them
Yeah.
all out of Section 8. I do know that.
I mean, from what I understand, this only applies to people who are actually able to get up and work. If you're able to get up and physically look for a job or go to work, you have you can be on Section 8 for 2 years. After that, it's cut off. But for handicapped people, war veterans, or elderly people, they can get it for as long as they need it. That's my
Okay.
understanding of it.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Like I would qualify. I would not have the work requirement. I mean, Social Security, for God's sakes, is already deemed, like for me, for instance, because I'm not afraid to use myself and share it. You know, I'm on SSDI. I have priority because I have cancer. They would not have given me my fucking SSDI in 32 days if I didn't have, you know, um, a life threatening illness. So my question is, where's the cutoff going to be? Is it going to be for people who get SSI because they're depressed? Is it going to be because they've lost a toe? I mean, where's the cutoff? You follow me?
Yeah. Well, and I'll be honest with you. I will be 100% honest with you. 2 years for something like that, it gives people time to plan. Okay, but if housing continues to rise, and I know Florida, just a rental, a one-bedroom rental, you're going to be paying over $1,000 for.
Right. Same here.
Well, what's the minimum wage? And if they're only doing a minimum wage job, how are they supposed to live? Homeless?
Minimum wage here is $11. You can do.
Ours is,
And I
well,
want to
but
say something, Bronze, real quick. Respectfully, sir, some of these people are not leeching off the system. As part of this bill, parents of kids who have disabilities, we're talking severe disabilities like nonverbal kids in wheelchairs, they want parents to go to work full time too. So who's going to take care of their disabled child when they're at work? Because Social Security, SSI, is not going to pay for all that. Medicaid is not going to pay for all that. They only pay for certain things.
Yeah, that's what I hear anyway. But yeah, you got some people who are mooching off of it. I've heard stories of people that have been on Section 8 for 10, 15, 20 years. That's not what it was. It was made to help you get back on your feet, not to live off the shit. Just saying.
Well, I mean, and I agree with that to an extent. There are people that are abusing the system. But again, if you have a child that's nonverbal from birth who is never going to be, quote, normal, and I hate to use that word, and I can say all of this as a special ed teacher, that's going to require medical assistance the rest of their life. The parent is providing that at home because Medicaid and SSI will not pay for it. If they have to go to work during the day, who's going to provide care for the child? Who?
yeah, but here's my question though, Amanda. Um, what I'm a numbers person, and you know that sometimes. What's the percentage of them that are on Section 8 or subsidized, any type of subsidize,
Right.
that are because of disabled children?
I would have to FOI that or look it up. I would
Right,
not trust anything that the Republicans gave through the bill, to be honest with
right.
you.
But I'll be honest with you, I don't foresee that as a high percentage.
I know when I was still teaching and in the classroom, we had a very large percentage of our special education population just at the high school of parents who did not work because they provided care or had to be available. Because there would be many times that they would send their nonverbal, just picture it, guys, nonverbal with a helmet in a wheelchair, has to be catheterized in a diaper, who's on a feeding tube, um, that can only go to school couple of hours a day. The parents have to be available at any time in case they have to come get the child, and it happened a lot.
Yeah, but I mean, I'll be honest, and I'd look at those numbers, and those would be the exceptions. I don't think that's what they're wanting to take off of these benefits.
They made it very clear in Arkansas because I saw some of the committee meetings. They didn't give a shit, Christine. It still made it out of committee. Period.
Yeah, but I do, like I said, I just don't see that percentage of population on Section 8 or receiving the benefits that we're talking about. And I'll tell you, I'm trying to educate out there. I'm trying to educate myself more. And I'm really interested in what the Senate's going to do, even though I know it's a Republican Senate. But, I know the House took some things out that Trump wanted in, and that was the only way it was able to vote. But the Senate could put it all back in. So
Well,
I'm kind of watching that. And I will tell you, I will be 100% honest with you. Um, in our community, we have very few, and I wouldn't call them Section 8, but they're vouchers and they're rental companies.
right.
But I can tell you an instance of a family that is getting it, who's getting their home paid for, and she has like 4 or 5 kids, and we all help her. We help her with food, we help her with diapers, she posts, she needs this, she needs that. We go help her. Well, then all of a sudden now we're seeing that she's pregnant again because she's asking for things. And then somebody said, yeah, she's pregnant. Okay. I don't want to tell you how to bring children into this world. It is not my responsibility. It's not my care. My tax dollars should pay for everybody. But this mother spends her day up at the pool. She has her older child watching the younger children, and she's not even with her children. Why is she not out working?
That's and I was I'm sitting here thinking of a situation right now, and that is unacceptable.
Right.
It's unacceptable.
Absolutely.
I used to do homebound for a young man who had 1,001 problems, and it all stemmed from his mother. I'm just going to call it like it is. There was absolutely nothing wrong with her, um, but she lived off of his SSI and stuff. She wouldn't work. She refused to work, and um, I had to
So,
bite my tongue because of the profession I was in. I couldn't
right.
say.
Well, and that's kind of how I am. I mean, I don't want to take from people, and I have no problem paying my tax dollars to help others. I have no problem whatsoever. But the ones that I feel are abusing, and like Hustler said, this 2 year time frame, I think a 2 year time frame for an able-bodied person to get, secure the daycare, either A, get training, B, look for a job, and get out there and work.
And the daycare is another issue too that needs to be addressed. There is no reason that one child in daycare a week should be nearly $1,000.
Oh, it is.
It's ridiculous. There's no excuse for it. And they. I know a lady right now. I'm not going to say names, obviously. I had a student at the time the child was in my 8th grade class. Her mother had 11 children. She was one of 11 children, and all of the older children, including her, were taking care of the younger ones. Well, during the time of the 8th grade school year, mother got pregnant again. And she came to me. She said, not the mother, but the child. She said, well, Miss Erickson, guess what? I said, honey. She said, my mom's pregnant again with another kid. I said, oh, wow. And I looked up at my para, and, she just kind of shook her head. Nobody could see her. They could see me.
Right.
And I said, oh, wow. So what does that mean? She says, well, I guess that means that I don't get to be a teenager any more than I already am because I have to take care of her kids. It's exactly what.
And that's what irritates the hell out of me. And I don't care what this woman does. And she can have as many kids as she wants. I don't care. But it really irritates the hell out of me that she claims her kids are homeschooled. They don't go to public school. In Florida, it's easy to homeschool your kids without somebody questioning.
Oh, yeah, same.
Um, but here she's sitting up at the pool all day, every day.
Yep.
And I asked her one day, I'm like, where are your kids? Why aren't they at the pool? You know what I'm saying? It's a pool. We have a water slide. It's zero depth. I mean, it should be fun.
It could
She
be
goes, oh,
a
she
PE.
goes, pardon me? So I asked her and she goes, oh, she named her oldest daughter. She's home watching them.
Yeah. His mom
She
didn't be dealing with him.
And it was an everyday. And at first I didn't say anything. I just kind of like, okay. And then finally, it was like the fifth or sixth day. I'm like, where are the kids at? Why aren't they up here? Oh, I need my time away during the day, and they're doing schoolwork. And I'm thinking, she's got like a 2-year-old, a 3-year-old, a 5-year-old. They're not doing schoolwork. So the older one is probably 12. She should be doing schoolwork, but she's at home watching the younger ones while mom's up at the pool every day.
Right. And again, I'm not trying to be ugly because there are situations where.
Noelle, you're not coming up, hun.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, no, Noelle was trying to come up and I'm not letting her up.
Oh, please don't.
I'm not.
She's it's come up in another community the last couple of days about her, and she's not even supposed to be online. But anyway, I know there's situations where there's single moms that try very, very hard to do what they need to do to provide for their children and actually at least try to work part time. And those are not the moms. But if you keep having kids and you can't pay for said kids, I mean, how many are you going to have? 15, 20?
Well, and it's not my job, and it's not my
Not my
business.
business.
Well, it is my business when it's my tax dollars.
But there comes a time, she was home with her kids doing schoolwork and things like that. But when I see her every day at the pool, and I know that and I think her oldest is 12, and home with the littler ones, you know, why can't you, bring the kids up for a couple hours or an hour even to the pool? I don't ever see your children up at the pool.
Yep.
And I gotta address this. Irby, this is what Summer and I were talking about. The things that are going on, it is crazy because most of the voting base benefit from it. As a matter of fact, they are on Section 8. You are 100% correct. A lot of Trump's voting base receive government assistance. Not going to say all of them, because the other part of them are the wealthy, and they're going to benefit. It's us people in the middle here that we're not going to become wealthy. I know I'm never going to become wealthy. So I'm just going to become poor.
Well, yeah, and then there's those of us like me who I wish I was well. I want to go to work. I went to college to get all of this education so I could teach. You know what I'm saying? And
Hmm.
I don't like being at home. It fucking sucks. I mean, I wasn't. I went from working since I was 19 until 2019, working my entire life. And I guess what I'm saying is when I was in high school and graduating and got all the scholarships and all the things and did all the things, my outlook on life was not to be disabled at this age. Um,
Well, I don't think nobody's outlook on life is, honestly.
right. I mean, that's not what you set your goal to be, right? I guess that's what I'm trying
Right,
to get at.
right.
And it's,
J1, are you still with us? I haven't heard peep from you. Lisa, you still with us?
I'm cleaning my the bird
I'm
cage.
trying, Taylor. Just
You're always cleaning the bird cage.
always doing something with my dog.
See you later. Bye.
What, J1?
I'm cleaning the bird cages, Christine.
Mm.
Yeah, thank
Lisa, how's your fur babies doing?
Ugh. Chance had a little bellyache, and I noticed it the day before yesterday, or 2 days before yesterday, when I came home the following day. I wound up stripping everything. I had to clean. I had to wash the floor. It sanitize everything. He just
Oh,
got sick. He just had loose bowel. Oh, it was just a mess. But he's doing better. I kind of gave him like boiled chicken and rice for a couple of days. And I worked from home yesterday just so I can keep an eye on him. But he seems to be doing better.
okay.
So I'm just actually finalizing our bus trip.
Oh, fun.
So they're going to make it live tomorrow. So I'm just making some updates as I'm listening to you guys.
So, what do you think about this one beautiful bill? One big beautiful bill, I think it's called.
I honestly didn't know much about it. I'm just listening to you guys. I'm learning as I'm listening.
um,
The one thing I do want that I heard they were voting on it was no tax on overtime.
mhm.
Has that been voted on?
um,
No.
Not yet.
no, the tip one has.
Oh, okay. Did that go through?
I think up to 25,000, but it has to still go through the Senate. It just went through the House
Oh, okay.
and the
Okay.
Senate, and the Senate can change that. We know
Mm. Yeah, I've been kind of not watching the news lately or watching anything about anything other than I've been watching the Karen Reed retrial. So it's been occupying a lot of my time.
that. Everybody's been watching that Karen Reed. I've not seen any of it. I
Yeah.
don't. I haven't followed any of it.
Oh, I since day one, honey. Since day zero, dark 30.
Well, you guys were talking about corrupt cops, and I'm just saying.
Oh, Lisa, don't ever have a chance. Come over to Melanie Little sometime and watch with us. You know, she's an attorney
Yeah.
and from New York. And she is the attorney that did all of the Catholic Church stuff for
Mm-hmm.
all the victims. I don't know if you know her background. The attorney you or may know, but she represented hundreds of victims in the Catholic Church in the New York area, in one, obviously. So, yeah.
I didn't know of her.
She's wonderful. Yeah, her name is Melanie Little.
Yeah.
And I have been following this case. I think we're up to motion number 600, 690 something. I've lost track. I just read them
Yeah.
as they come up. And oh God, somebody asked me the other day here in Arkansas because I had my Free Care and Read shirt on uh, to explain it to them in 5 minutes. I said, "There's no way."
Yeah. No.
I said I'd have to have a chart in about
Yeah.
3 hours.
Yep. Well, there was something I was watching, I think on Court TV, that I forgot what network did it, but they actually, like, you click on a face and it tells you how, like, it gives you like a family tree, sort of, on how they're not related blood wise, but how they're intertwined, with other people that are involved in this, and it's crazy the amount of people
The link
involved in this. And
mm-hmm.
I was actually looking at shirts that were, that say, free Karen Reed. um, and things like that. You have one?
Oh yeah, absolutely, I do. I got it. I believe I got it out of Turtle Boy's um, store. I don't remember though. And that's how I originally came to know about this, is through Turtle Boy. He is kind of
Yeah.
an arch nemesis out of the old community I was in, and there's a lot of history there. And and the people on the other side, Kate and them, they hate Turtle Boy. They hate Karen Reed and feel that she is guilty because they hate Turtle Boy. It's not because they genuinely think she did it. Okay,
Yeah.
we know that through text messages and things that have come out. So.
Mhm.
Well, I'm just curious. What do your attorneys think about the defense and all the things? Because I know you talked to them about it.
Actually, no, I haven't.
Really?
No, I haven't really. I haven't really talked to anybody about it. I've been listening at work as at work, but like you, I've had conversations with people, but it's almost like I hate to bring it up because then it's like, oh well, what's happening with that? And it's like I need a couple of days to explain if you really want to know what's going on. So it's just, if they don't know, then, and I don't really know. I don't think too many that I'm aware of know too much about it. But
Yeah, there's
personally, I think her defense team are great.
they're phenomenal. Like
Are great.
Allison is. When I look up litigator and master litigator, I think of Alessi and Alan Jackson.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, smooth as butter. It almost reminds me. Okay, we all watched the OJ trial back in the day, and
Mhm.
I was a huge fan of OJ's attorney, and he since passed away.
Yeah.
He actually had cancer, and I have his book on my shelf in there that he wrote about that trial. And wow,
Yeah. I actually saw something somewhere. It said something like, if the I think I'm misquoting it, but something like, if the dog bit, you must have quit.
yes.
I thought that was great.
Well, I'm going to put this out there, and I know that a lot of people don't know what we're talking about, but I want to ask your opinion, Lisa, since we brought it up.
Uh-huh.
I think Higgins is more involved than we realize.
Oh, I think
I
so
have
too.
said that since day one.
Mm-hmm.
I have also said, if you remember, back during the first trial and even some of the evidentiary hearings and things, they talked about the fact that they moved vehicles around in the driveway, and Higgins was going to plow the driveway. Okay, you remember all that.
Yeah. And they were all
Well,
still in the same spot.
right, they're all still in the same spot, all the things. But when he left,
Mm-hmm.
how do we know that the snowplow on the front of his Jeep Wrangler did not nick his John O'Keefe's arm? How do we know?
I personally think his arm, you can almost see a dog handprint, like a
Yes.
dog paw print with claws. It right perfectly. And I think there's too many cuts to think a vehicle really could have done that, unless they flew somewhere into the road and got, some sort of a road rash. If he fell back to the snow, and there was a lot of snow, I mean, that's a soft fall. Now, could he have banged his head on the ground and caused some trauma? Sure. But no, there's nothing that is going to cause those kind of, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. There's no way, I don't believe a car could have even did that. I
I,
mean,
yeah, I can't think of any scenario. That's the only thing I could think of. He would have to be walking
his
some way that his arm was out at the very moment that that snowplow dinged that side of him, you
but
know?
he had, if it was some sort of a plow that had teeth on it, I could understand. But his plow was just a straight blade. There was no,
Oh, I didn't know that. It didn't have the
yeah.
thing. Okay.
Yeah, and you can see it when he pulls into
You're
the
right.
the police station when he goes back there. It's just a straight blade. there's no teeth or anything. It doesn't move. It's not a V kind of a thing where maybe, it's just a straight plow, your typical plow.
I
So to
think I'm
cause that
asking,
many cuts, unless he came back, hit him, came back, hit him, came back, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
no, it's clear that he went in that house. He got ambushed.
I
He
think
got
so
ambushed.
too. I think it happened down in the basement.
Yeah, they hit him with a some sort of a weight, a dumbbell or something, and there had to be some physical altercation because I believe he had a black eye. He had all those cuts, and I believe the dog attacked him at one point. And I think through testimony, I believe they said he was still alive when he was outside. So it
Well,
wasn't, huh?
Scortabelli said that once he was hit, he would not have been able. He wouldn't have been alive for very long. But then
Right.
the brain surgeon the other day had a different opinion and said that he would have been. I don't believe that he would have been. There's
Well,
just
he
no.
said, like, nothing is going to cause instant death unless you're shot in the
That's true.
head or something.
Bird.
But if you're hit and your
What is it?
brain is slowly breathing, whether you last 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or 2 minutes, they put him out there still alive.
Yeah. I mean, I think you're right. And here's the other thing that bothers me. There is a letter on the back of his head. And it had to have come with whatever object they hit him with. Go back and look at the picture of the autopsy where it's shaved.
Okay.
And you see the laceration, but look at to the left of it, it's a J.
Hmm. And not dumbbells. So, I mean, dumbbells do have, but it's usually numbers, like weight numbers on a dumbbell. But
Yeah.
when you have I don't know what they call them, but the discs that you put on like a long barbell or something. I mean, a long whatever. I don't know what you call it. Those sometimes will have like the name of whoever made the weight or something to that effect. So I'll have to go back and check because I didn't see that, because a lot of times when I'm at work, I'm listening, I'm not watching, but then I'll come home and then rewatch some things that I didn't maybe get to see that I would have liked to see. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, and the only reason I know about it is a law student in Melanie Little's chat pointed it out, and then Melanie saw it and said and brought it back up and said, "Are you kidding me?" And I mean, it's like right there, and it almost looks like a branding in a way, a little bit of a branding.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I hope to God, and I think she will be found not guilty this time. Um, and I hope, which I don't think they will, but I hope the FBI, because they have no skin in this game, bring charges. I bring charges against the right people, because even the judge is corrupt in my eyes.
Oh my God, she's horrible.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't get any more obvious and blatantly obvious than her.
Yep.
I mean, and you probably didn't see this, but when
Wait a minute. So are you saying the judge thinks she's guilty?
No,
no,
they're all taking sides. They're like,
they're all friends and intertwined families.
yeah, somehow they're related. Like the lead investigator, oh, he's a disgusting pig, first of all. The lead investigator, who is now ex-trooper, got fired because of nasty texts that he was like, for example, I won't even get into really raunchy stuff, but his boss said to him, did you get Karen's phone? And he texts back, no nudes yet. Like,
Yeah, that's mild. That's a
that's very
mild
mild.
comment.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, some of the things, calling her the C word, calling her, she's retarded. I
with
wish she would just off
herself.
herself. Like, terrible stuff. Terrible. And he's now fired because,
And I want Bukaki, and I want Tully next. That smug son of a bitch,
yeah,
Bukaki, sitting up there. What a disgrace to the United States Marine Corps. I'm
yeah.
sorry. That's exactly what he is. And if I saw him in person, I'd tell him about himself.
Yeah. The last day, it looked like someone almost talked to him because he was on that final day. He wasn't so snarky and rude and he had an answer for everything, and it's like just answer the question,
Well,
like
isn't this her retrial?
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But long story short, the guy was found. He was a cop, Boston cop, 16 years, and they kind of all lived in the community together, and they were friends. And at one point, Karen and this other cop kind of had exchange flirtation texts.
And let me say that cop that she flirted with is a little quick.
Wait, you cut off.
I said I was telling her that Higgins is an ATF agent. He's not a regular local Boston cop or anything.
No, I thought Higgins said he was an ATF.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. You were saying that she shared flirtatious text
Oh,
messages with a cop. I was just saying
yeah.
he's an ATF agent.
Well, when I say cop, like I'm just
Yeah.
law. Were their actual. Yeah, he's an IT. What is it? ATF
Yeah. Alcohol, tobacco, and firearms.
firearms. Yep. And they think he may have had some jealousy things. When they were out that night. Um, I don't know what happened, but they sort of lured him back to the house, and Karen, they were sitting in front of the house, and from what I understand, him and Karen kind of just had exchange of words because she was saying, "We're not invited here. I don't want to," whatever she was saying, and he was saying whatever and then he just got out of the car, went in the house, and they were like sending him text messages to me, like covering up, and they're like, "Oh, are you here? Are you coming? Are you like?" It was clear they were luring him in there, and then he was found that morning in a blizzard in the front lawn of the cop's house. He was a cop that he went over his house. Like they're all cops. When I say cops, law enforcement, ATF, detectives. He went over, and it was found the next day by Karen and two other girls that I believe were involved also. And I don't know, they're saying at one point, she said, "Oh, do you think I could have hit him?" And they're saying that she said, "I hit him, I hit him." Now, mind you, everybody was drunk. Everybody was drunk. And I think Karen was still drunk the next day. But they're saying she backed up because she was mad. Now, in a blizzard, backed up like I forgot how many feet. It wasn't far at 24 miles an hour and hit him in a
Or
snowstorm.
70. Yeah, it was less than 80 feet, and there
Yeah.
was. It's not humanly possible.
No, and did you see Turtle Boy trying to reenact that?
Yes, girl.
Yeah. That was scary. I'm like, dude, you stop.
He only
And he
got
only
up
got up
to
to
15.
17 like miles per hour.
Yeah, yeah. He only got up close to 20.
Yeah.
So another thing too. Brian Albert said that he never knew John O'Keefe, but
Mm-hmm.
yet they both worked at Boston PD. I call bullshit, number one.
Yeah.
Number two, Brian Albert was part of the gang unit, and John O'Keefe had had interactions with the gang unit as a police officer. And supposedly, the backstory. If you read Turtle Boy stuff, that John O'Keefe had basically some evidence on Brian Albert over a situation. So
Mm-hmm.
that's what I originally thought happened. Is maybe Brian Albert was trying to get rid of John because of that. But then the more the trial has gone on, and we watch the video of Brian Albert getting in between a John O'Keefe and Higgins at the bar.
Mm-hmm.
And then one of them pointing, I think it was Higgins that was pointing at John O'Keefe at one point,
Mm-hmm.
saying God knows what.
Yeah. It
That
was like they were almost
I knew
they
something
were in
was going to
fight mode. They
happen.
wanted them.
Yes,
I
they
gotta say
wanted
something, guys.
Hey, Miguel.
Hey,
Miguel.
Miguel.
Hey, Christine, I sorry. Christine, I really sorry. When do you hear me out this morning? I really sorry, you know?
You don't have to be sorry.
Uh,
You better be sorry,
it's,
Miguel. You
You
better.
didn't do anything, Miguel.
Mwah.
who that?
That's
That's
Who's
Vinny.
playing?
Who
That's
that?
Vinny.
the Dr. Pepper Zero.
Who that? Who that?
How you doing, Liz? How you doing, Liz? Why will you not
I'm
talk?
good, Miguel. How you doing?
Honestly, for you,
Miguel,
long time no see.
Miguel,
What
the
you doing?
non-muter.
I know.
Salute.
I've been busy. Just been busy.
Miguel, you're a non-muter.
No, I'm not
Non-muter.
gonna say here too long because I'm with you, Christine. She hear me out, so thank you so much, Christine. That's
I'm
all
not
I'm gonna say.
upset with
So
you, Miguel. You know that, right? You didn't
no,
do
I know,
anything
I know,
wrong. Okay.
I know. Yeah,
I
and see, I'm really sorry too. You listen, I'm really sorry. So I didn't say before, so I got the black and
Miguel,
Miguel,
it's okay,
Miguel, are you
dude.
still broadcasting from the parachute jump in Coney Island?
He is.
All right.
Yeah, they do Coney on a Saturday,
Did
Sunday.
you get any more
I go to
television
Coney on
sets to
Saturday.
add to the 220 that you have in your room?
Yeah.
And I don't know if any of you guys know, but I know I have one for
I think he
outside.
needs one more TV. Just one
He
You
more.
has
have one,
Sorry.
Nah.
Lisa?
Sorry.
TVs and he has a projector with a
Yeah.
big screen.
He's got more TVs in
I
one
watch
room than I have a 6-bedroom
Like
home. I'm just
the
saying.
projector takes up his whole wall when he's got it on.
He's like a mad version of Crazy Eddie.
It's like Best Buy when you go and when
I think
he
Christine
goes
knocked me
into his
Hey,
house.
Miguel,
me
your
off.
prices are insane.
Hey, Christine
Well,
knocked me
Amanda,
off.
we'll have to still reconvene and talk more about it as trial goes on.
I think Christine knocked me off the panel.
Do what, J1?
I think Christine knocked me off the panel.
I didn't knock you off no panel.
Oh, all right.
And I let you back up. I got knocked off panel too.
Oh.
I heard they're going after Snap, Christine, because they sung the song I Got the Power. I got the power. Like the crack of the whip, a snap attack, front to back, in this thing called rap.
Hello,
Snap.
Lisa.
Snap.
Hey, J1.
How you doing?
You got it,
I'm
Christine?
good. How are you?
Okay.
Oh.
J1 was saying you still owe him a date.
Yeah.
Where's my Price is Right sound effect? Boom, 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 boom.
Oh, Christine.
J1 will be saying that till
Eternity.
2057.
Oh boy.
Such a specific number.
I don't know where. I just thought of something.
Yes, J1.
57 in 4 months, sir.
Do you guys like music from the 80s? I was listening to 80s music over the weekend.
Yeah, I'm not really a music person.
Oh
Was
yeah,
it
you
good?
told me that. Yeah. But what about back then, Christine? You know, like music, you like Madonna, the Beach Boys?
I
Oh,
No,
saw
I'm really not a music
The
person.
Beach Boys. Ugh.
I saw Madonna in concert with the Beastie Boys.
Now
oh,
you're
that's what I meant to
talking.
say. Beastie
Lisa, now
Boys.
you're talking.
Yeah.
Intergalactic,
No
planetary,
rest to
planetary.
Brooklyn.
I took my kids to a New Kids on the Block concert.
Oh, I like that band. Oh,
Oh,
And,
oh.
oh,
It-
and
come on, Jay. We were singing
um,
it. We were right in sync there
my
for a
guilty
second.
pleasure as a kid.
Oh,
Oh, oh, oh,
and
oh.
I've been to many a
The
Jimmy
right
Buffett's
stuff.
What did
concert.
they say? The rat stuff.
Jimmy Buffett.
hmm
Who's that? Sounds like
Jimmy
Buffett.
Buffett,
You ever
Oh,
heard of the song Margaritaville?
Margaritaville.
Coming soon. New Kids on the Mook.
okay, so the Mook.
We home.
Well, who says that song? I'm in a New York state of mind. I'm in a Florida state of mind, Christine.
Billy Joel.
A Florida state of mind.
I just changed the state.
Yeah.
Or
He
I'm in
just changed it.
a Connecticut state of mind.
One's in a Florida state of mind. Yeah.
Every time I see my paycheck and all the taxes come out, that's when I'm in a Connecticut state of mind.
Okay.
I say that when I'm really literally in a New York State. I'm in it and I'm saying it.
State of mind.
So day one, what do you think about this new one beautiful bill?
Um, um, I'm gonna say what my teacher used to tell me all the time. It is what it is.
Okay.
My teacher was smart. Stick with her or him.
It was her. It was a
How
her. Yeah.
many
That's
people
the answer
in
to
your
everything,
building?
J1. Think about it. You could answer that. That is the answer to anybody's question. Vinny, what do you think? It is what it is. No, but you know what? It is what it is. You can just say that all day long.
It is what it
Hey, day
is.
one, in
Yes,
your area, how many Section 8 homes apartments are there?
a lot, Christine.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't get mad anymore. You know, I don't want to get more gray hairs and lose hair and get frustrated.
Yeah, it's not
Uh,
worth it, Jay.
it is what it is.
It is what it is. Like what an
That's
old
why we're in
Italian
this
mafia
situation
man would say.
because people like it is what it is. He's
You
gonna do
know,
what he's gonna do.
Yeah,
J1,
that
in
conversation
our
recently with
Costa Nostra, we
It-
always just tell each
the bank
other it
account.
is what it
Get
is.
tired of hearing that fucking shit.
Well,
That's his response when I bring up a point to show that Trump's a piece of fucking human garbage. And well, you know, it doesn't affect us. I said, shut up. Just stop is what I say to him. I don't even want to hear you anymore.
uh,
On who?
Cotton candy.
me, Amanda.
I'm talking about my boyfriend when we talk about
Oh,
Oh,
my
oh,
home because he says it is what it is all the time.
oh, yeah,
you
yeah.
know,
He's
and
a
when
Trump
people tell
supporter.
me it is what it is, I tell them that's why we are where we're at.
Exactly. And I also have a few other choice words for him in conversations, and he just looks at me and nods his head and says, okay, okay, because he knows to not engage me because I will die on that hill. Okay. So
I know a couple
Not for
of not
me.
for nothing friends. Every time before they say anything, they go, Vinny, not for nothing. And then something would follow. And all the time, not for nothing, but
But
not for. I mean, I'm like, what the? Not for nothing. And then this is what I do. And then I dissect it. I'm like, what does that mean? Not for nothing. Where did it come from? How did it originate? It makes no sense. It's a conundrum. Not for nothing. What does that mean?
not for nothing.
I don't know. These are the things I'm pondering at this hour.
Christine, you know why I say it is what it is? Because, you know, sometimes I have debates with my family members. Like the last debate I had about how the bill is going to affect them. You know, it's going
Mm-hmm.
to hurt them.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them told me, Jonathan, just shut up and get laid.
Oh,
That's it.
So I said,
Oh,
all right,
tell
all
him you're
right.
not let him borrow any money.
We can make that into a country song, Jay.
What?
Just shut up and get laid.
That's the country song? I didn't know
If
what
you
this.
just shut up, you might get laid. Hey, hey, says Jay. Kind of catchy, see, Jay? You made
Yeah,
fun.
yeah, yeah.
Gonna copyright that shit. You heard?
Actually, well, first you said, shut up and get laid. I mean, I don't know if you like girls or, I mean, men or women's, but just, you know, just shut up and get laid. I said, all right.
I'll be back. I'll be back tomorrow, guys. I'll be back
Good
tomorrow. You
advice.
gotta do a lot.
okay, sweetheart.
She hurt my feelings, Christine.
Say what?
She hurt my feelings.
Who
Well,
hurt your feelings?
My aunt, when she said, go get laid, stop worrying about politics.
well,
Well, it's
fuck off.
Isn't that this is a real country song? Something. Let's get drunk. What? Oh yeah, let's get drunk and screw. They say
Who
screw.
sings that song?
They
Vinny?
I don't know.
Oh.
Waylon Jennings. I don't know.
say down toe, but don't say.
David Allen Cole. All right.
Maybe I don't know.
Jay, we're gonna get you into some country. How about that? We're gonna get you some country in you, son. No pause, no move. We're gonna get that country in you. It's going to run through your veins, and you're going to be the only man in the Bronx going.
Although I live in Harlem.
And then we're going to put a
Vinny.
rap to it. We'll put a rap to it. And then you're on the subway, and you can do banjo rap. Banjo rap and the big BX representing. You heard?
Vinny, I do want to visit Little Rock. You know why? Because of the Bill
Little.
Clinton Museum.
Yeah.
You want to spend your time going to look up the Clintons? Oh, God bless you, Jay. You're
Well,
better men than me.
that there's other. Shut up.
What a waste of time.
No, I mean, no, I always wanted to do that when it opened. I saw on C-SPAN. I said, "Oh, it's a nice museum."
I'd rather you tell me, Vinny, I'm going to go outside Westchester and throw eggs at the Clintons' fucking house. Now, that would be some fucking time well
Wait, they still live in West? They still live in
Since you're
Westchester?
right there.
Oh yeah, Chappaqua,
Yeah.
right?
Chapamook.
Recommend that.
Chapamook, I say.
Anyway, there's other things on display inside the Clinton Library. Clinton.
I like the one with Bill in a dress. That portrait is my favorite.
I don't know about that one, but
I did not have sexual relations with that woman. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, Jay. It wasn't me.
Jay, I'd take you down here. I would take you to the library. That's what you want to see.
Yeah.
I did not have them relations, J1. It's falsehood. Get me out of that page 6 section.
I'll even take you to a place called Doe's Eat Place.
Oh. Oh wait, man, is it true that Arkansas has a lot of banks? Like it's known for a lot of small banks.
Where?
I don't know
Arkansas,
what I consider a lot.
No, I would consider Delaware, considering how
Delaware.
big the damn state is. It's like one of the capital landing spots of every major bank. That's why Big Joe Magoo lived there. That's why Delaware, he on the map, son.
We
Delaware.
have more churches
Delaware.
than
More churches.
banks.
That's where all the credit card companies are.
Bank of Delaware.
Yeah.
Oh,
They must get
And
good
Big
taxes
Joe
there.
Biden Magoo. But talk about a banjo. We can leave that for him.
oh yeah. Yeah. I still like Joe Biden though. I mean, Christine and everyone. He's my favorite president.
You like a liar? Good for you.
Oh, speaking of Joe Biden, did you hear? Did you guys hear Donald Trump say that he had stage 9 prostate cancer? It's stage 9. I cannot wait to go to my oncologist and ask him when I get to be on stage 9.
Stage 9.
More
They're
like
just
exit stage left.
that's because the class they
Yeah, I
did.
got a laugh out of Lisa. Good for me. All right, I'm working on it. I'm getting it.
I think he did that because they're talking about how they're classing it, and the class they put it would be like stage 9.
So he can go fucking.
Yeah, you just need to shut up.
And I think he said it because the Gleason scale is a 9. He was on a Gleason at 9, so
Right.
He's fucking stupid.
Yeah.
They lied. I mean, it's a blatant lie to begin with because it already now they're saying it's already spread to his bones and shit. You just don't get that shit overnight. This motherfucker had it for probably 10 years plus already.
Well, I'm sure somebody, sure, what's his name, Angry Conservative, put a thing in the back chat the other day that Joe had it since 2022, and I've never heard that.
Well, and he's had to have had it, and I was listening to one today that they were saying that they just didn't tell the American people.
Well,
and I have a problem.
Remember when he used to come out and say, "Ha, I'm Jill's husband."
Yeah.
I don't know that I believe that. I'm going to tell you why, Christine. My friend that died had a stroke 2 weeks ago. Massive stroke. They did a scan, all this, and found out that she was ate up with cancer. From 2 weeks ago to day before yesterday, when she was on hospice, she died. She
Okay,
had no indication that she had any metastatic anything anywhere.
but here's the difference between her and him.
I know what you're going to say because he's the president and they go to the doctor, blah, blah, blah.
Well, and they do all kinds of scams.
Well,
If they missed it versus lying to us, then every single one of those doctors should lose their license.
but is it really going to make a difference in the long run if he had cancer or not? Like, would it have changed the outcome of his presidency? Would we have made him quit because he had cancer? I mean, I'm just asking.
No, but, we already knew. And this is me talking. I'm not going to say we. I will say I. By the way he spoke, by the way he shuffled, I do not think his mental faculties were intact that last presidency.
I
I
think
just don't.
I think something was going on.
And
The guy's
do I?
got full on Parkinson's. Even some of the most expert of doctors, they said a first year medical school doctor who's going to recognize it would spot it. It's like one of the first things they teach kids. Well, the students going into that field, how to spot someone with Parkinson's. That's one of the tests.
Well, and how do you?
Have that?
The guy's
And
got
how,
working Parkinson's.
well,
We didn't know
but
that.
also somebody with Alzheimer's, organic brain syndrome, dementia, any type of brain thing, you're going to see shuffling of the feet.
Right. But what I'm getting at is my grandmother had Parkinson's, and her movement constantly. Look at what's his name, Fox. You know what I'm saying? I
Well,
think
I
I
have a
think
really good friend who has
I think
Parkinson's.
I think that he may have had Lewy body or some other type of
Okay, Hustle.
Alzheimer's.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm not saying that, just because a president or anyone, I mean, I have a good friend right now, and he just concerns me with what he's doing, who has Parkinson's, and he's in his 40s.
Yeah.
He's got young kids still, even,
It's
but
horrible.
he's working on his doctorate. I'm like, and I said, why? He goes, because I want to get tenure and blah blah. And I'm thinking to myself, and I didn't say it out loud, but he's in such denial. But he is in his 40s. He cannot take a glass of water up to his mouth and drink it without spilling all over.
I used to have to feed my grandmother with a spoon.
Yeah,
Okay.
bronze. But and stress can, make the tremors a whole lot worse. And he's got 4 young children. And I think his oldest might be going to be a freshman in high school. But I mean, his children are young. And I know they're young because they just gave us a bunch of their dolls for my grandbaby. The girls brought them over, and they were probably, I'd say, between 8 and 12. But he is working full time. He's got 4 kids, and he's divorced. And all of a sudden, his wife is from another country, I think Romania, or I don't know, somewhere. But she's up and gone for 6 weeks and left him with the kids. So he's trying to juggle the kids and trying to work. And I talked to him the other night, and he goes, I gotta go. I'm like, okay, you okay? He goes, yeah, I just got homework. And I'm like, what do you mean homework? He goes, I'm finishing up my doctorate. I'm like, oh my God, why?
I mean, I
You know,
that was diagnosed at 36 with Alzheimer's.
yeah, yeah. Well, my grandmother, she had Alzheimer's. She was diagnosed before the age of 50.
It happens, unfortunately.
Hmm. But no, I truly think that the last 4 years of his presidency, I don't think he should have ever ran for a second term. I will stand on that, and I don't know.
I think that's why they pulled out. If in fact, sorry, I'm trying to sew something. If in fact he was sick and they had been keeping it from the American people, they knew people were grumbling. They had to do something. So,
Oh yeah,
the personal medical stuff, we're going to need to know. That's all I'm saying.
yeah, and I'm not saying it, but it's the fact that
Do you feel
again,
lost?
Well, and I feel lied to because for the last 4 years of his presidency, I'm like, why are they doing? I blame his wife.
I don't blame Jill. I don't blame her.
She could have stopped it.
How is she going to stop it though? Make him resign as president? I
Yeah,
mean, think
yeah,
about
yeah,
if he
yeah.
didn't do that. She can't make him do anything.
No, but she, as his, in my opinion, his caregiver, should
Oh
stop it.
crap!
But they threw this whole election. They threw it by his last, especially his last 2 years, and then to put Harris up against Trump, that was a no-win.
I I hope to see some other formidable people run this next time. I'm sorry that. I'm
Do
sorry.
you think there's really going to be another one? Do you think there's going to be a next time?
No,
I don't think so.
we may die
Thank you.
tomorrow. I mean, hell.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I mean, what do you think? They're going to nuke us all before then? I mean, seriously.
No, it's going to be
No,
what we discussed
he's it.
earlier. It's going to be we're going to witness the whole collapse.
Mm-hmm.
We're
Oh,
going to see a little bit of a freak out. We'll
Mm-hmm.
probably go through maybe a month or two of just fucking calming some shit down and start over.
And it's not going to be a voting for our president.
No, it's going to be squaring away, like making sure everybody's good, humanitarian effort in full force globally, because it'll be a global event. Probably even beyond that, I feel.
where's the freaking?
You know?
I do not know how to
It's already
operate.
wrote that, like you got to think to yourself, the movie's already wrote. It's done. You're supposed to at this point in the game, you're supposed to be watching and relaxing and not worrying about anything and stop questioning and figuring out what needs to get changed and who needs to go. Because at the end of the day, it's not going to get to that point anymore. That point is over and done with. All these fictitious fucking positions and people in power and governmental things. Obviously, there's things that we need collectively in order to, like having stop signs and shit, but there's things that we can get and do without. And that's what we're doing at this point. We're throwing out the trash. The negative energy has all collected itself, and Mother Earth needs to take a shit, and it's got to get out. It's just too much. And we're going to elevate, and other people are not going to elevate, and other people are going to downgrade from where they are today. It's just a fact. That's your whole job.
Yeah,
And
but those that are downgrading, are they ever going to get back up?
Like, I'm not going to worry. I'm not going to be running out toilet paper or canned foods. Listen, it's going to be what it is. It's there's going to be nothing to worry about. It's either you're going to make it or you're not. That's it. I mean, it's just that cut and dry.
Yeah, no, I'm not that person.
No matter what you see, no matter what you're hearing,
I'm not that person.
You just got to realize that I don't care if people want to cling to their religions at that point in time. Well, in each religion has an end. And it describes usually they're all pretty much in lockstep with how it goes down, which is not good for the planet of the people who inhabit it. You know what I mean? So it's just.
Well, I will go down fighting. You know that. Not so much for myself, but
no,
for
there's
others.
no need to go down. I understand what you mean by that, but in my essence now, Christine, there's no need to fight anything. Just the word itself is a negative connotation.
I disagree. I'm not going down without a fight either.
Yeah.
I understand the fight, but I understand defending yourself. But I don't agree.
What about defending those who can't defend themselves?
Well, give me an example.
Well, I don't think our children can defend themselves.
Well, that's why they have parents or family members that watch over them, right?
What's she saying?
I don't think a lot of our elderly or our disabled can defend themselves.
Well,
you got to fight for them.
But it's not really fighting for them because you're putting it like. I understand what you're saying, though. I understand what you're saying.
Vinny, let me ask you a question.
I would just word it differently. I would be more of a person who stands up for truth and equality. Say positive connotations and says, "I'm going to fight for that," or how the government puts war on drugs or war on. It's a negative on a negative on a negative. It's supposed to be negative. The war on sounds better to assholes than somebody who, like me, would probably word it where the movement of peace or the movement of kindness or some shit like that instead of, oh, it's the war on or the fight
But that
of.
doesn't grasp the attention of
My
humanity.
example is just the connotations of how the energy is delivered within the word itself and how it is it into the universe.
Vinny, have you
I
ever
might have went too deep on that
something
one.
bigger than yourself? I'm being serious.
What's that?
Have you ever stood up for something bigger than yourself?
Have I ever set up for anything bigger than myself? Well, I don't consider myself big. What do you consider yourself big?
You're missing the conjecture here. Have you ever stood up for what Christine is saying? Is she's standing up for a cause that is bigger than just her? And I'm
No,
talking
thank
about
you, traveling
all
gypsy.
the kids, the disabled, all the things.
I understand, but like I said, Amanda, everybody's where they're supposed to be, doing things that they're supposed to be doing. That's addressing all the things we're probably even discussing here tonight. That's why I don't worry about who's taking care of the kid that can't wipe his ass tonight, or the kid who's going to bed hungry tonight, or the one who's going to get hit by a car tonight, or the one who just got killed 2 seconds ago. These are things, and they're terrible things that happen around us. But it is our job to just understand, and that's where your belief and faith comes in. It's either you believe there's something bigger and greater here than yourself, and there's a purpose for your walk and your short period of time, less than 100 years to get it done, okay? Which is just my opinion only. But it's the people that just are not connected. I think a lot of us have been doing our jobs in a way where we don't even realize we're doing it, connecting people and having them look at life a little bit differently than having their eyes glued to fucking NBC all fucking day or playing Candy Crush and fucking Roblox. I mean, give me a break. You
I'm
got
just
adults
saying,
now that are just, where are the adults sometimes I look at it? And I say that
right,
right here on YouTube, not you guys and whatnot, but I'm just saying, like, it's like humanity itself is just gone to the shitter. It's like,
right.
where are the most,
Saying,
the most simplistic common sense thinkers anymore?
and my belief system, and my belief system is not everyone else's, and so, and I please understand that this is just a conversation,
Of course, we all
and,
understand that,
and,
Amanda. Just
and
because if you like lima beans doesn't mean I'm going to eat it at the buffet.
right, and my
You know
God
what I'm
tells
saying?
me that I'm supposed to look out for the most vulnerable amongst us, and that's my responsibility.
But you use that word must. Amanda must not have to do nothing except worry about Amanda.
Well, Christ commands otherwise,
But Christ is not God.
but Christ is God.
No, he's not.
Jesus and God are one and the
Christ, in
same.
my opinion, was a prophet.
Well, see, we have a difference of ideology, so
He's still my brother. He's still your brother. He's still our family. We still share the same father. It doesn't change a damn thing. The man was not God.
I respectfully disagree.
Yeah, and I'm not looking to see. That's the beauty about it, Amanda. I think that's probably why we argued all the time. Like, I'm not. I know you're not looking to change my mind, and That's why, like, I'm not looking to change yours, and that's the beauty of it.
Right, right. Yeah, of course. I would never tell you what to believe at
Yeah.
all. Too late.
I just understand that my God is love and compassion. If you're not love and compassion, then then you're not connected to the source that I consider my God, which is a source. It probably doesn't even have a damn gender, and I don't mean to even say damn.
Yeah.
To me, I'm learning more and more that God is an entity with
But
all this
you,
energy and frequency that's been put forth, whether if it's in through the Ethernet, the internet, whatever the fuck these realms are, 3D, 4D, 5D, these realms. I'm learning more and more about spirituality that I've learned in these past fucking 5 years than I've ever did in all the fucking years I went to Catholic school, and it's awesome. And it's these
Jonathan, you
things
had a
I see
bunch of background
why
noise.
these smart motherfuckers never taught people like us these things and enslaved the shit out of every single fucking one of us and made us go after each other and hide above and hide these places, and they're hiding these technologies. Why do you think this technology is getting so good? My opinion only is that people have known more and more, and they're getting closer, like I said, about the truth about this technology has got to be given out now, because it's like you're just going through curtain after curtain after curtain. It's like a rushing nesting doll at this point to who is going to be left holding the bag here at the end. And when the fat lady fucking sings, because it's going to go right to the last fucking human being on earth. And all people don't realize that, because in the end, you're only here for a short time. And when you die, it's going to be like going to sleep. And you're not going to be standing in no fucking stupid courtroom, in my opinion only. It's going to be instantaneous, where you're going to go and depart and go to and arrive somewhere else where you're supposed to go, which I feel is you're back home. You're going back home with your peeps. And it's going to be just like you just never missed a beat.
I sure hope that's the case.
It's going to be, Amanda, because it's no different than the sleep state
11:11.
to the being awake state. And look at that. It is 11:11, Christine. See?
I mean, I mean,
11:11.
I
I like
say
that.
every day. I say
Yeah.
every day to people close to me that heaven gets sweeter by the day, and I believe that. And I want to say something, Panthos. I don't know what troll you are. I
Nah,
or
just the
whatever.
game.
I'm going to take a union break, girls.
I'm not trying to fight with anybody. We're just having a discussion up here. It's okay to disagree with other adults,
Right.
and we can do that respectfully. So
That's a nice thing about this. We with the group that we all have coming in and out, we can all have conversations.
I enjoy listening to Vinny's. Honestly, Vinny and I have not always gotten along, but I really do like his perspective on things because he and I don't agree on
Yeah,
everything.
I just can't have that perspective on things. So
Right, and I can't either, and that's okay.
yeah,
Uh, I, again, it takes all of us to make the world go round, but I think for Amanda, I have a responsibility while I'm here on this planet, even
brother.
small, to try to do my part to help those that are most vulnerable
Yep,
amongst us in whatever way that is.
yep. Mitchell, you talked earlier about 8,000 pardons with an auto pen. Did you watch the press conference today about the conversation with the auto pen?
I didn't see that.
Yeah, there was they during the press conference somebody said something about something and they brought up the auto pen.
I,
And
I do know that I watched the thing with the South African president and how disrespectful that was, and all of the lies that he put out because people in South Africa have come out and said that what's being spread over here is absolutely not true.
well, that was brought up today in the press conference today too, about all the white farmers and all those crosses. And I do believe, if I heard correctly, Trump said those were graves of white farmers.
Yep, that's what he said.
But
Not.
but but in all actuality, after researching a little bit more, it came out that they weren't the graves, they were crosses representing supposedly white farmers that have died or been killed.
I heard that it was a representation of, I think it was two or three farmers that had died. I read that somewhere on some news
Mm,
outlet earlier, and um, but either way, going through article after article, and the South African president shaking his head no and trying to tell Trump this is not true. It's disrespectful. I mean, he was, as a world leader, I would not want to meet with him because every world leader that comes to meet with him is ambushed.
well, that's because Trump has to show his narcissistic ego.
Exactly.
Hey, Mitchell, what do you think about? Did you watch him with
Oh,
the TV lowering? I mean, he made it very dramatic. Let's turn the lights down. Let's turn the TV on. Like,
He's
what the hell's going on?
such a fucking idiot.
Wow.
Sorry, I'm sewing. He's a fucking idiot.
It was a little melodramatic, in my opinion, for a world leader to do that.
I'm gonna start rage knitting when I watch the Karen Reed show.
Ugh. It's not going to be on till Tuesday.
I know, and I'm upset about it. So I hope everyone watches Auntie Bev to see who's at her Cape Cod house this week.
Who?
The judge. We call her Auntie Bev.
Oh, she's
Just,
going to be in Cape Cod.
yeah, she has a house up there. And word on the street is there, because of her connections with said individuals, some of those individuals involved in years past have stayed up at that house before.
Oh, really?
Yes, Turtle Boy has an article on it.
Hmm.
Mm-mm-mm.
That's kind of odd.
Yeah. She should have recused herself a
Yep.
long time ago. And then it annoys me. She like cuts the fence off. Like, are you almost done? I'm like, what?
I'm so tired. I'm tired.
Yeah, this woman is facing life in prison, and you want to know if the defense is almost done, so you can either go to lunch or be done for the day. Like, all right, that's your last question. Move on. What?
I've never seen that ever.
I'm just flabbergasted by it. I'm like, what? It's one thing if you want to say, we have about 10 minutes, we can finish up tomorrow. But she's like, are you done? Like, I don't know. It's the whole thing. I never saw such a corruption in my life. It's sad.
Yep. And I'm not afraid to admit it. I call the Massachusetts governor's office once a week.
Oh, really?
To the same person and cordially give my complaint that I think that there needs to be something done. The governor really is the only one that can step in at this point other than the feds.
But is he gonna?
It's a she.
Or she. I mean, how corrupt is this government? Where does it end? Does it end with, like, does the governor have
That's a good question.
You know what I mean? Like, where does it end? It's gone right from the friends to the law enforcement, through their kids, right up to the judge, almost right up to the expert. Did you see that expert who lied on his CV?
Yes, and I want to also say that once a week, maybe once every other week, I call the Boston field office for the FBI and get whatever agent is on call and respectfully request that they look into this matter and continue the investigation. And their response is always the same. Amanda, we can't give out any information about ongoing investigations. I said, I understand, but I still want to request that you guys respectfully look into the matter. That's it.
Look into the real people that should be held responsible.
They're very nice. They're very kind. And I say thank you for your time. Have a great day.
Yeah. I would love to see Jen McCabe go to prison. I would love to see Higgins go to prison. Oh, there's so many of them.
Well, you know that Higgins got moved to desk duty, right? The ATF moved him out of the field.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Yep. And all of them have been moved for the most part. I think Tully is still there, or Bukaki. I don't know which one, but somebody was moved. Several were moved, but let's be honest. Bukaki and Tully were on those text messages. They were well aware of what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
They made Proctor the fall guy.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just as dirty.
Yeah. Yeah. Never saw such a thing in my life.
Me either. I thought corruption was bad here. I have never met, like, I've talked to a couple of my friends that are attorneys, and I even think of my stepdad, who, God rest his soul, who was a prosecutor who eventually became a judge, and then
Mm-hmm.
and then went into private practice, and then after that he became a public defender. So he did all the things,
Yeah.
and he did that so he could finish his time with the state for retirement. But he never behaved with such disdain and such when he was a judge. He never treated any attorney the way she treats the defense.
I know. She's horrible to them.
And the number
Horrible.
of sidebars, I mean, we have more sidebars than we actually have testimony.
I know. I know. It's ridiculous. It's crazy. What was I going to say about the judge too when you were saying something? I forgot.
You
But
know, her brother is an attorney and represented one of the Alberts in
oh, really? That's
before.
what I was going to say. Is she was at one point a defense attorney. So
She was. She
you
was.
think she would have, but corruption, it doesn't matter. It
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
her brother represented I think it was Chris Albert, don't quote me on that. In a drunk driving accident where he unalived someone.
Oh, wow.
It was in 1994.
And he's out now?
Oh, he's never gone to prison. He never spent a day in prison.
Oh, Lord.
He's Brian Albert's brother who owns D&E Pizza there in Canton.
That's who did it?
Yes.
Wow. That was Chris Albert.
Yes.
Hmm.
Girl, I know these people like the back of my hand when I tell you I've got notes to keep up with all this shit. Like, I had to learn all of these people in order to keep up with all this.
That's like a 2-hour drive for me. I've thought about going up there one day and just, going in the buffer zone and just seeing what happens.
Well, it's funny you mention that because I may have to go to New Hampshire on a family matter, and it's about an hour, maybe an hour and 15 from there. And I would love to go to the buffer zone, but you do know that someone was arrested day before yesterday in the buffer zone, right?
Why?
The new one. Okay, because she had on a hoodie
Oh.
that made reference to the cops being criminals or being corrupt or something. And her attorney, okay, so the attorney that filed the lawsuit that went to the First Circuit was actually there with her when she got arrested. And so the cops are still violating the renewed order that Bev put out. So he's asking for a hearing back with the First Circuit.
That's crazy.
I mean, if the First Circuit Court of Appeals tells you that you need to fix your fucking problem and you don't, that's a problem.
And just because she was wearing a shirt that
Yes.
she expressed herself.
Yes.
And that's crazy. I mean, I can understand when they have orders not in the courthouse because, the jury, but if I'm out in the street and I'm in the right area that I'm supposed to be in, I can wear whatever I want. I should be able to, I should say.
Exactly. Her name's Erica Walsh. I've seen the pictures and the video of her getting arrested. And like I said, the attorney was there. I think he had just come that day just to make sure the buffer zone was okay. And obviously it wasn't. So the renewed buffer zone, because the First Circuit actually told Bev, hey, you need to take this and you need to redo your little buffer zone because it's a violation of the first. And so she did, but she still narrowly defined everything. And so the cops aren't going to stop. That's just the bottom line.
Yeah, it's corrupt. It's corrupt. It's corruption.
I mean, we now live in a police state. The reality is that Donald Trump has emboldened these police officers even more in every jurisdiction in this country, that they are above the law because he is above the law. And when the First Circuit Court of Appeals says you must and you shall, you know this, Lisa, because you work in a law firm. When you must and you shall, you have to follow that.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't, that's a serious thing. And so the fact that the cops think that they don't have to do any of that is just mind-boggling to me.
They're above the law. They are above the law. They are beyond that, above the law. It's just pure corruption. It runs deep over there, and it starts with the Alberts. Supposedly, he's like the godfather of Ken.
Yeah, absolutely. And and Chris Albert's on the select board, which is,
yeah,
a freaking joke.
And that I think they said his position as the selectman, or he oversees the police department.
Yep.
How coincident. It's like.
Oh, and speaking of the Canton Police Department, I'm going to put this out there. I think Chief Berkowitz, the one that recently died,
Mm-hmm.
he is the one that helped Proctor put that, or Proctor and or Higgins put that tail light pieces out there.
Of course.
Well, I mean, why not the guy that's dying? Because they knew he was dying. There was nothing they could do to stop him from dying. And you can't, you can't do anything about a dying man.
You can't
cross-examine them.
Yep. And you can't charge them.
Nope.
Chris, what do you mean by that? Police just lost big in the Supreme Court on the Fourth Amendment rights. What'd they lose on? I didn't hear anything about that.
Let me see. Yeah, come up, Chris, and tell us. I'm interested to hear that.
Yeah. Trying you up here.
I attempted to use an iron. It didn't go well.
What you ironing?
I am fixing our favorite pair of sheets. Has a little tear. The dog bird put her nail through it, and so I got some of that. Let me look here and tell you what it's called. It's basically it has a sticky backing on one side and a cloth backing on the other, and you heat it up.
Yeah.
And it adheres and fixes it.
No J1. And no J1, I'm not on Casey DeSantis campaign team either. I'll let you know when I do join it, though, okay? That's a big possibility, J1. Okay, so anybody know what Chris is talking about? Police just lost big in the Supreme Court on the Fourth Amendment rights.
I want him to come up here and tell us.
Oh, Christine, did you hear about the Supreme Court's decision not to allow a religious charter school, to open? Christine? Is it my microphone?
I hear you now. Sorry, everyone. What were you saying?
Supreme Court strike down. What's a charter school? Someone wanted to open a religious charter school.
But that's the Fourth Amendment case, hon.
Trying to Google it.
Any of you guys have a favorite Supreme Court justice right now? Current?
Everybody knows my favorite.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently, approach to deadly force by police. The decision revives. I'm on panel, Chris. Let me look it up. For fuck's sake. Who called me? Somebody called me. Oh. What time is it? Okay, hey guys, I'm gonna have to jump. Let me hang on just a minute.
I'm actually gonna step down too. I gotta get to bed.
No.
Yes.
No. Oh, it's 11:29. Oh shit.
Yeah, it's quite late.
Yeah, take care.
All right, guys. I'll talk to you
All right.
soon. It's good seeing y'all.
All right.
Where do I get out of here? Oh, there it is.
It booted me out. Keeping cops accountable. That's what I was just going to say. Is it Barnes versus v. Felix from 8 days ago? 17 pages long.
Let me look. Barnes v. Felix. I've heard of this case before.
Now it's the Court of Appeals affirm explaining that the moment of the threat rules requires asking only whether an officer was in danger the moment of the threat held. A claim law enforcement used excessive force. Here we go.
Well, of course, it came out of the Fifth Circuit. You would know it.
Amanda, are you surprised about the two justices that have been rooting against Trump?
No, Jay.
I mean, the conservative ones.
No,
Like,
doesn't surprise
I was just trying to read it, Chris. Oh, he was here. Where'd he go? Oh, now Mitchell's coming. Okay, Mitchell. Hey,
the Mitchell
Mitchell.
Minute.
Hello.
Hello, Mitchell. The Mitchell Minute.
How's everybody doing tonight?
Good. How are
Okay.
you?
Good. You piqued my interest with the Oval Office visit the other day from the Prime Minister, I guess, of South Africa.
Yeah. Yeah, you need to go back and watch that. There.
Oh, I
Oh,
did. I did.
did you?
I saw it.
And
I saw most of it live. I'm pretty sure.
yeah, and
It's funny how much we differ in opinions of what happened. So I'll just tell you what I think I saw happen.
okay.
Let me back up for a minute. I saw some of those clips on the internet 4 days before this, and I brought it up on the panel across the street 4 days before this happened. So
Mhm.
I actually spoke about it, and had a little bit of insight before it happened. Not much, but a little bit. So obviously, Trump had a good staff because he knew the position the prime minister was going to take. He was going to pretend he was not informed.
Right.
Okay. So Trump was going to call him out immediately and say, I got to call you out on this. And he did. He called him right out. Now, why does Trump care? It's happening in South Africa.
Oh.
Well,
But
I wondered that.
I'm just throwing back some,
Right.
okay, why is he getting involved, But he gave amnesty to 59 white people the other day.
South
Asylum.
Africa.
Yeah.
Yeah, one
59
Yeah.
white people from South Africa. He gave asylum.
Yeah.
They look pretty happy standing in a gymnasium in Virginia because I guess they know that they weren't going to get their heads chopped off. Which I think is what the videos showed back in the Oval Office. If you're white, you're dead.
Right.
Well, you're not being truthful, Mitchell.
That's
Those
what I
farmers,
saw.
those farmers were
But
not
they didn't
separatists
show nobody
killed.
getting heads getting killed.
Right. Those farmers either those
They were
farmers
saying
lose
kill.
their farms either.
They were saying kill the white man, shoot
Right.
the white
And
man.
and there were a lot of people at that protest when you saw them doing that. I mean,
That's what I saw.
there was a
Millions.
lot of people.
So, fine if the prime minister hadn't seen it before, it's good that they all saw it together.
Yes,
Now,
South Africa,
Yeah,
because
South Africa, absolutely.
this is all because Elon Musk is from there, and this is quid pro quo for you know.
You know what
well,
it is?
I
I hear that they're taking back their farms from the farmers over there. That's what it is.
Well,
Right.
that
Because it
all
too.
was
right.
never there.
How are they taking them back?
They're
Is the
killing them.
issue? I
Well,
think they're
I don't
just
know if they're
rolling up
killing
and
them, but I think they're
chopping
just
their
rolling
heads
up and
off.
just telling them that they got to leave. You know, I don't think they're doing that, Mitchell.
Yeah, but see, there's all the crosses that represent a dead person,
Right.
and that's what I saw last week. And I brought it up, and I'm like, I saw this video. It went on for miles of crosses of people. There's another one
Thousands.
out there that
I thought it was
they.
a caravan. Like,
It
No.
is. It's cars that stop along the road for these crosses that are beside the road. Has to go on for 2-3 miles from the video, at least. But I looked again tonight. There's also another one that represents it, which is in the forest somewhere. It's thick and fat, but it has an enormous amount of white crosses. So I know. Then there's also this video of a mall. Did anyone see the mall video after it was looted?
No, I didn't see them all.
Okay, something happened there which is really, really, really bad. There's a mall that got looted, and you'll see it. It's online, and even the escalators have just everything is trashed. I don't know what happened there, but the place is trashed, and it used to be a mall. So something's really going down there, which is unsettling to me. Scared the shit out of me. I think they're chopping white people's heads off. Honestly, do.
Well, and I do too. And I understand what Trump was saying. Don't get me wrong. And all those things are very disturbing because I've seen a few of them too. And I'm thinking this is very disturbing. And it's the white farmers because they want their land. And I did see that protest or whatever where I mean, it looked like thousands of people were there about killing the white man.
Yeah, that was 100,000 people.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell there were a lot of people there. But why was this handled with Trump? This is just my opinion.
We know
Why
that.
was this handled the way it was handled? Televised, made a big production. Let's turn the lights down and let's show
Well,
this.
they had to watch the video. So yeah, turn the lights down. That's no big deal. But you wanted to see the video, which the guy claimed, and even the way I see it, what I've been listening to and watching, they say that even his people with him didn't look like they were interested in watching the video.
Right. Well, would
Like they're a
you
little
be?
bit
I mean,
embarrassed.
I'd be. I'd probably, if I was from there or I was that prime minister or any of those people of dignitary there, I probably wouldn't want to watch it either because you can't tell me you haven't seen this.
See, I'm just before I spoke to you all tonight, I'm just wondering how they're going to stop it. Okay, how are you going to stop? When does this stop?
who's
Is
gonna stop it though? That's the thing. You
or
know.
how does it? Yeah, who or how is the interesting part.
And the question is too, if it's really true,
Well, here's the
we
thing.
don't know.
When you see a picture of the mall, you'll know something happened.
But
And
here's the
you
thing.
But there's
haven't heard. Hold on a second.
there's malls that's trashed all over the place in the
Right.
United States
Not
as
our
well too.
responsibility to police South Africa respectfully. There is a history down there that has nothing to do with us that goes back to the Dutch settlement there and apartheid. Okay, let's be honest. There's a
I
whole
agree. So
history.
why'd they come up here from South? Why'd they
Why
come
did
up
Who
for the trip?
invited them?
because he was invited, number one.
Right.
Number two, Elon Musk is from there, Mitchell. Surely you're not that
I know
short sighted.
that. Was that Nicky Faldo, the golfer, who spoke? Did
I
anyone
don't know
catch?
about that. I don't
I
I
think
know.
think
that's who it was.
I never caught his name, but I think it was Nicky Faldo, the golfer, who even went there. Who's very important to him because he lives in South. He's from South Africa. So he showed up to make, and he made a good speech also. But I think it was Nikki Faldo.
And I don't agree, with apartheid. I stand with Nelson Mandela. The man spent 26 years in prison when he shouldn't have. And I appreciate what he did. Okay. I do, for standing up for what he believes in. But it is not the United States' responsibility to deal with some kind of bullshit that's going on in South Africa when we have our own bullshit.
Well, and that's what I was just going to say. We have the same bullshit going on here.
There are
I
farmers
agree.
in my state that are losing
I
their
We
wonder.
got
farms.
we got shit that's more important.
Right, absolutely. And I'm just now reading, and I'm livid that Trump is telling Harvard University, which is a private institution, that they can no longer have international students on their campus.
Is that
Are
why?
you kidding me?
Now, he took the funding away because of the DEI,
No,
right?
this is a whole separate thing. It just happened.
Oh,
This is a private institution that runs primarily on private funding from very rich families who have generational wealth who go there.
right.
They they don't get tons of money from the federal government like other public institutions. Harvard is private. So if we're going to be the South Africa, if we're going to be in South Africa, then why are we not fixing the farming issue here? Why are farmers in my state losing their farms? Oh, I know why. Because all the immigrants have been, hustled up by ICE and sent to God knows where. And they have nobody to work in their fields. But then again, I shouldn't feel sorry for any of them because they voted for the nut.
Well, I just thought that was very disturbing when uh, I just thought it was very melodramatic of him to do such a thing.
He did.
I
Oh,
And you know
that.
what? And you know what? They asked Trump where it was, and he said he didn't know.
Yeah, he didn't know.
Well, that's true. I don't know either, and I brought it up the same way.
Yeah, but why would he bring it up? Why would Trump bring something up if he doesn't know where the fuck the shit is happening?
Oh wow, a business jet crashed into a house in San Diego. That's
Yeah, 6 people died so far.
oh my gosh.
That happened earlier today.
Mm.
But no, I mean, watching that, I just think it's in poor taste of a world leader handling it that direction.
Oh, I do too. I mean, but we don't. The office of the president no longer has decorum. It is.
Well, remember years ago he said that they're laughing at us. You know.
Yeah, yes, and growing up, I remember being taught just how respectful the office of the president was, and how we were supposed to hold it in high regard, and all the things. And I would say this if it was a freaking Democrat in there doing the same thing. It is supposed to be a sacred office
100%.
that is respected. And when world leaders come, it should not be an ambush, period.
Great. Has anybody heard anything about this prior to this?
Which part?
Race.
The African farmers.
No,
Because I didn't. There's been a total whitewash of this thing, both from the past administration and the media, and all of a
True.
sudden we see miles and miles and miles of you want to say supposed graves, so you find out there's something bad going on down there.
yeah,
They're not graves, number one. We've already
Well,
established
they
that.
represent graves.
right.
Yeah,
And dead
it's
people,
just a
Oh,
slip
great.
of the tongue.
people
But
that have been killed.
We all
number
know
two,
what it's the point of those. Once you see them, you understand the point of the cross. It's
Right.
just like the thing on the side of the highway in
But
America,
what concerned me
not the
more?
grave site.
What concerned me more than just seeing those crosses, that protest they had and what they were saying.
I've not seen
I,
that.
I I listened to it again today on a site
Uh
that
huh.
filtered it out. That's
Yeah.
terrible.
But you know
Oh
what?
God.
They're not gonna come over here though.
Well, what if I was just thinking to myself, it's like, okay, what if this spreads to the, what if someone else in Africa starts getting this idea?
Yeah, well, and other countries are already
But like
doing
I
it.
said, they're not gonna come over here.
Oh, I know that.
So, but who cares
But
what
you
they
wouldn't
do?
catch my
That's what I'm
ass
just
going
saying.
anywhere in Africa after seeing that shit yesterday. It's like, okay, too close. If it has Africa in it, it's like not on the list. Sorry.
Well,
I was
Africa's
like,
been volatile for
that's
years.
some
United
crazy
Houses
shit
of
there.
Polaris said it's been going on since 2022 at
Yeah.
least.
But again, I go back to I've watched snippets on social media today where there are white farmers that have come on there that said that what is being spread is not factual.
Oh,
And
now see, I've seen the opposite though, Amanda. I'll have to find a clip because I'm being told that the white farmers are
and I'm not
being
suggesting that
unalived.
they haven't been on a small scale, but to suggest there's thousands and thousands, and then Trump is deporting brown people, but now he's bringing white people over and giving them asylum. When I'm sorry, that's the most hypocritical bullshit I've seen.
Yeah, I'll speak up for it. It's not that hard of a case to make that these people are getting killed, unalived.
Well, there are people from Mexico that have asylum here right now that are fleeing from the cartel, and their asylum was taken from them.
Well, I would give it to them too if they have an issue with the cartel. Yeah,
I mean that I mean
but
brutality is brutality, right? I mean,
I don't know everybody's file, but like I said, he gave it to 59 people the other day, and that's the first thing I started hearing back that they were the wrong color. And it's like, okay,
because
so
there have been case after case since he closed the border in Mexico of people that were here as asylum seekers, okay, that were already here waiting to see their, I guess, immigration judge, and he turned them all away. He said, "Sorry, go back to Mexico. Have a nice life." And by the way, Christine, just so you know, you guys in Florida, Chris, the NOAA is forecasting above average hurricane
I
season
know.
as weather and disaster agencies are in turmoil. So good luck.
I know. We already know this.
Trust me, I'm good.
And we've got three Floridians here on the stage. We all, right,
That's right.
Mitchell?
Get Mitchell down there.
Hey, Vinny, I'm gonna go get some fucking stofers. You heard?
Yeah.
You
Put in
might as
the deep
well pack
freezer.
it now.
Get those generators and some pizzas. I don't know. I just saw that and it's still boggling my mind.
Oh well,
Christine, it was like 100 degrees down here yesterday. It felt like it. Mitchell,
It's been
I
that
know you
way
felt
for
it,
over
Mitchell.
a week.
Yesterday.
wow.
No, but I felt the air conditioning going on in the hallway. Yeah,
No, but I mean,
that's
I
what
guess
I
you didn't.
noticed.
I guess you didn't step out. I guess you didn't step out yesterday.
I was undercover. Yeah,
Oh, okay, okay. There you go.
definitely undercover. Didn't. But yeah, I know what time of year it is. So it's basically going to be game on in another month for the whole
It,
summer.
yeah,
Hell
but
yeah.
it feels like it's game on already.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
April, May, June, boom. Yeah, Memorial Day weekend. Well, yeah, it's
Yeah.
here.
Oh
Mhm.
shit. Game on with no FEMA. You heard? I'm just saying.
Nothing. But I gotta admit, we don't have FEMA, but I think DeSantis will handle it.
Here we go. I'm going to put an article in the back. The pictures
That's true.
of dead white farmers are from the Congo and not South Africa, by the way.
Oh,
Alright. Well, that's probably the forest that you saw, Mitchell, right?
Forest?
Yeah, didn't you say that you saw some in a forest area?
You mean the lineup across? Oh
Yeah.
no, those
Oh.
crosses. They're in not the forest, but the fields
Okay.
cut out from the forest.
Okay.
It's like 100 by 100, 10 thick. Another big cross.
Are they saying who was
that they
on that
built for some
passenger jet?
reason.
Sorry, Mitch. I was just asking, did they know who was on that private jet that went down in San Diego?
Yeah, it was a former drummer to the network ban and The Devil Wears Prada. Daniel Williams and co-founder and sound talent David Sharpia died in the small plane crash in San Diego on a Cessna 550.
Oh wow.
Well, The Devil Wears Prada.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Well, probably
Went down.
shouldn't be
Hey,
wearing
Chris, he went
Prada.
down in flames. It was his final countdown.
So, Mitchell, what do you
He
think
must have got
about
hit
this?
by Harrison Ford. He's no
Right.
fucking pilot himself. That guy crashes every plane, Chris. If you ever known Harrison Ford, the biggest airplane crasher around.
Wow.
So, Mitchell, what do you think about this? A big, beautiful bill. Is that what it's called?
No.
Yeah, I know about it, but I don't know about the guts of it.
Mm.
I wondered why he does want to do one instead of three individuals, but that's about as much as I have dug into it at this point. I do know. Well, the things I've been hearing is if it doesn't pass, there's going to be a huge tax increase because it
Okay.
does include the rollover of the tax cuts.
It already passed the House.
Right.
And
Right,
it's
but the
going to the
Senate can
Senate.
muddy up anything. You know,
Well, I
a
don't
bunch of
perceive it.
characters all have to have their say first before it
But
passes.
well,
But
they're gonna add crap in it.
yeah,
But I don't foresee it not passing the Senate, considering how much of a majority of the Republicans.
You heard about the suppressors that they had in the bill too, Christine?
I did. They
what's
pulled it.
what's suppressor?
Let me pull it
Oh,
up.
those the gun part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'll pull it up. I had it.
You guys, I'm going to put another article in the back that you need to
So
read.
wait, you got the bill.
Chris, I heard that if they run out of those, they're going to tap into Bruno's butt plug supply. And they'll suppress anything. You heard?
You heard.
Let me find the suppressors. Hold on.
That's not the article. Hang on.
I've got a whole shitload here. I gotta look through this real fast. Appeal.
I mean, all you have to do is Google the South African stuff and Trump, and there's numerous articles that come up that tell you that that stuff is not.
It's not true.
I mean,
Right,
let me.
Amanda?
What? South Africa?
I'm reading it right here. For instance, let me pull it back up.
Of course.
Johannesburg, this is
Propaganda.
hang on, this is through Reuters, okay? Through Johannesburg, South Africans expressed dismay on Thursday at how U.S. President Donald Trump false claims of a white genocide dominated conversation with President, however you say his name. And then it goes on to tell you about the South African golfers that were there. And if you read through the article, that how he was treated exactly, and that some of that information is not true. And he said there is no white genocide.
So, what was that big protest that was there?
I don't know about a big protest.
And there were thousands of people.
Well, he did mention that he's not. Everybody has freedom of speech over there, and he's not gonna suppress anybody from addressing their government. That's what he meant. That's what I saw.
Yeah,
And
but
also,
what they were saying though.
but I can say anything. I can say
Yeah,
death.
that's their speech.
I mean, it doesn't make it against the law.
No, it may not be against the law, but you get these people that get hyped up, and when you're hearing them talk about death to the white farmers and to the white people, it does get people riled up and thinking, oh, they got to do that.
But why is it our responsibility to police what happens in South Africa?
Oh, it's not our
You
responsibility.
know, I'll muddy the water and respond. Trump even got involved in Pakistan, India. there's nothing he won't try to play with. And improve. You know, he picked up the phone and he was meddling over there and said, stop shooting at each other, which they should have. So he'll do anything, even in South Africa.
And let's talk about the Pakistan thing, because I called a customer service shit, and I am not bullshitting you when I say this. Called a customer service thing. The guy that helped me, we got to chatting. He's from Pakistan. And I said, what are your thoughts on Donald Trump? He said, we hate Donald Trump. And I said, can you explain why you hate Donald Trump? He said, first and foremost, the United States has no business sticking their nose in a situation between India and Pakistan. Those were his words, not mine. And I said, well, I hope he chokes on a Big Mac. I said, I have no use for Donald Trump. And I said, but I agree because you're a sovereign country. What you do in Pakistan with India is none of my fucking business. And he said, we are tired of the United States meddling in our business all the time. And I think a lot of countries feel that way.
Yeah, a lot of countries may feel that way, but here they come asking for our help or our money or I mean, people, other countries, I hear them
When
say this
did
all the
Pakistan
time.
ever ask us for
Yeah,
money?
Pakistan doesn't get money, honey.
No, but I'm not just saying Pakistan. I said, but there's so many other countries that say this. And then the next thing you know, they're making a deal to get more money or something out of the United States.
Yeah, they get money as far. Last time I checked, Pakistan's on the list. We give money to Afghanistan also. There's no one,
I was
everyone's on
told
the
that was
list.
cut off. That was cut off, according to you the other day on the
Right, but I'm
road.
saying in theory, we give money to Afghanistan. It did just get cut off, hopefully, and it
I
stays off because Trump was actually saying to them, "Give us back our equipment, and we'll trade you for the money." And I guess they didn't bite, so yeah, he cut them off.
I will never believe until I see it in writing that we are giving Pakistan a fucking penny, especially after they harbored Osama bin Laden. Sorry, and you need to read the chat room because
Yeah,
Marcy.
yeah,
Oh,
that's right. That's right.
Pakistan.
Uh, uh,
Okay, I'll
Amanda,
accept that
where
after
was
bin Laden.
Osama hiding?
In
Um,
Pakistan.
Yeah,
yeah, but
after that, I
what
could
was the
see
name of the
that.
town though?
Oh
Um,
gosh, if you look,
Islamabad,
yes.
I think it is
No.
Islamabad.
Islamabad,
Let me look.
No. Fuck. But
Let me.
anyway, it wasn't too far from their Pakistani
West Point.
yeah, right. Correct.
Hang on, I'll tell you.
I just saw this shit the other night too. Fuck.
Where you need to read. You need to read what um Marcy put in chat because you're right on the money, Marcy. I'd forgotten about that.
We also give $2 billion to Israel. What do we get out of that?
Not a damn thing.
One damn thing.
Okay,
There
it
you
was.
go.
I'm gonna spell this, Chris,
Okay.
because I can't say it. It's Abbottabad, Pakistan. It's a suburb called Balile.
Spell it again.
Here, I'll put it in the back
Okay.
because I can't say it right. So I'm a fucking hillbilly.
I heard it a couple of times. I know how to say it that way.
Here you go. Uh, that's the name of the town, and then Pakistan, and then there's a suburb
Abbottabad.
called Bilal.
Abbottabad.
Abbottabad, yes. And let me tell you, it is 1.3 kilometers southwest of the Pakistani Military Academy.
That's right.
hmm And it was at the end of a dirt road. That's all I know. But all of Pakistan is a dirt road. I mean, I'm just going to be honest with you. Hey, Panthro, it's not just Biden in Ukraine. The UN is involved in Ukraine. That's what
Hmm.
people forget. There's many countries involved in Ukraine. And I've never heard back, speaking of Ukraine, if the UN has ever approved their admission into the Ukraine. I don't know. I mean, into the UN. Oh, come on, KS. It's time for people to use the TA. What are you going to do? You're going to go and shoot up people, the government? I mean, like, come on.
No.
That's not cool. You know, I have an issue with Israel, but I don't agree with 2 Jewish people being killed in D.C. last night, and by somebody yelling "Free Palestine." I don't think that solves anything.
You know, he stood over them and shot him again and reloaded, and
I know, I saw.
was still gonna keep shooting. Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. He was gonna keep shooting and shooting and shooting.
And it was a target because those were Israeli, um, what do you call them? Help me here a second. Embassy workers.
Operatives. Oh, okay.
No, they were embassy workers, so they were from Israel. So I suspect probably scoped them out.
Said embassy workers, so they were diplomats, right? There we go.
Diplomatic immunity.
Vinny, I know you got. I know.
Lethal Weapon, I think that was from.
Oh my God,
Yo,
lethal.
Vinny, they used to fucking park every motherfucking where, man. Even on hydrants. No ticket. What the fuck?
Oh yeah.
Man, I loved in Lethal Weapon. That was freaking those movies.
He goes, you can't go over to what did he? Something about the government in South Africa. He goes, because you're black. You're black. You can't do that because you're black.
No, he said, "You black. You
But you're
black.
black.
You
Oh
black."
yeah, he was telling him like he was his supervisor. And he's like, how do you do that? You're black. Something like that. Danny Glover's looking at him like this idiot. That was also the same actor who was in The Hunt for the Red October at the end. He's like, oh, Andre, you lost another submarine? Don't tell me. He's like, yes, we seem to have lost another submarine, our Alpha. As the other guy fucking eating his candy and jelly beans out of the bowl, knowing the whole scoop. I don't even know why I went there. See that? The Hunt for Mook October. That's what it was. The Hunt for Mook October.
Talk about jelly beans because we're not going to get any more fucking Skittles, man.
No
That's
more
it.
Skittles for you.
No Skittles for you.
I wanted to let me keep my Swedish fish.
Soon they'll be like, where's your papers? I see you have Skittles.
Yeah, what's up with that? What's up? What's up with Kennedy, Mitchell? The hell?
What
Trying to
about?
save us from ourselves?
Say it again.
Is Kennedy trying to save us from ourselves?
I don't have a problem with him at all getting some of that shit out of our food.
Yeah.
McDonald's started putting 3 ingredients in their French fries. They now have 17 ingredients in their French fries. It's like, yeah, what are you putting in them? You don't have to touch a potato. So what are you putting in there to make it taste good? Make
What
you
is
want
it?
to buy more?
What is
So
it? Water, sugar, and what else? Corn syrup.
I don't know, but it's up to 17.
I'm like,
So yeah, our food companies have been really taking advantage of us. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind Kennedy on doing the food
Yeah.
and FDA. I don't mind.
It's good to tighten up the belt. And like I said, how many fucking selections of one item can you know what I mean? It's like because that will just knock half right out of the gate. Because they're not gonna be able to not use those ingredients. They can't afford to use more natural ingredients. Yeah. Because that's all it's really about. You think McDonald's probably started out great and then they just got greedy because of distribution. It's all distribution, how they figured out. These fries will last this amount long if we do them here to there. And it's,
listen, the fries been tasting the same since I was fucking 3 years old.
Exactly. That's how I remember them.
So exactly. So If there was other ingredients added, I'd like to know what they are. It's the 17.
But
There's 17 ingredients.
in this build back, this big beautiful bill or whatever it is, it repeals the education and obesity prevention grants. Did you know that?
Yeah.
It's the
I'm
chicken
just
nugget
saying.
kind of shit I wonder about. Like the chicken nugget, when they
Oh
all,
yeah. You seen that?
that's where I would wonder. Like,
Yeah, chicken
dispensing it out of a
McNuggets.
fucking
There's
Coke
another good
machine, my
one.
chicken.
Yeah, what's up? That's
Eating
got to be
chicken
like
feet.
110 ingredients
Yeah,
in a
through a straw.
McNugget.
That
Hey,
part
I'm doing my
exactly.
chicken shake. Let's go.
Throw pig ears in there too. Fuck it.
Okay. So Mitchell, what can
Or a
you tell?
McFlurry.
What can you tell me about these Trump accounts and a Trump savings pilot program?
I really haven't heard about them.
Mhm. It's in the bill.
It's bull.
Yeah, I haven't. Like I said, I haven't. I just hope it passes.
I don't.
Why would you hope something passes if you don't know what it's about?
Yeah,
Well, the
why would
Yeah,
tax cut's in there,
look
so
into it.
if you wouldn't want to see a 65% tax increase, I know that.
but
I know
somebody
that would kill middle America.
but
Boom.
somebody making less than 15,000
Middle
is gonna have
America.
higher support, Jimmy. Somebody making 15,000 is going to see a 74% increase in taxes. Why would you want that? What the fuck?
I couldn't hear what you said.
Of course you can't because of any. I said, why would you want someone who makes less than $15,000 to have a 74% increase in taxation? I watched it last night on the House floor because they were filibustering all night.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah, why would you
that's
pass a
crazy.
bill at fucking nighttime when everybody fucking when the whole
That's
world
what
fucking
I
sleeping?
That's when
said.
they do their
What the
work.
fuck?
They always
No,
work
stop
at
it,
night.
man. That's when
Oh
they don't
no,
want you to know
they
shit, Mitchell.
always do
Stop
it at
playing, man.
night. I'm
It's to the
serious.
point now
That's how they
where
work.
one thing that would really be nice if he wants to pass any kind of fucking executive order that makes sense. How about just pass this and try this out instead of your stupid booby fucking tariff tactics he has? Why don't you just announce executive order starting today? Anybody who's making $100,000 or less, no taxes. That's it. Tax free. From
Boom.
your real estate to every fucking thing, no taxes for you. If you make $100,000, you pay no fucking taxes for shit.
Can we get rid of the capital gains tax
That would
too?
solve a lot of motherfucking problems. But he
Yeah,
won't do that
needs to
because
go
that's
to.
the normal, sensical fucking thing to do right now.
We should never
Oh,
have capital gains tax. There's no
see what
reason
you did to me,
to
Amanda?
tax
I was
that.
in a good mood. I was barbecuing, and there was a fire. I said, I ain't got time for this.
Hey, but you're right on the money, Vic, because first of all, I wouldn't have known any of this was.
Chris, I didn't have time for it. I was
I,
barbecuing.
I wouldn't have known any of this was happening if I didn't see Cory Booker put something out on Instagram. Number two, I watched it, and listen, I'm serious. This is serious business.
No, it is. You say his name. I just remember him standing on the floor of the Congress.
How many hours? How many hours was it?
24
Right?
hours.
Hey, over
How many
Oh,
hours was
24.
this? Oh, no.
24. And
What
I,
a waste
okay.
of our taxpayer money keeping that building open to let that schmuck do what he did there with his bulging
that
eyes.
was really good
Stupid fuck. I call him like it's like if Debo from Friday became a congressman. That is fucking Cory Booker.
Well, if you don't know anything about his policies and you haven't bothered to read them because or how he votes. I disagree. It was made to. It was for a point, but better than that. Again, I go back to if you're going to tax the most vulnerable, 74% of this country, you got a fucking problem.
What you got, Craig? What you got in your bill today, Craig? You can see fucking Cory Booker riding around down in the halls of Congress on one of those bicycles. And his plaid shirt. Dude, what you got today, Craig? Oh, you got that bill? I'm gonna shake your pockets, man. You better not sign that bill, Craig.
Well, Amanda, I got to ask you, how would
version
that?
of Friday I'm working on.
You brought it up, so I'll be specific back. If there's no tax on tips and Social Security under 15,000, would that override what you just said?
I don't know. And what do you mean no tax on under tips? If someone's only making 15,000 on Social Security, then they're not getting any
They're
tips.
not paying taxes anyway.
They're
Well,
not paying taxes anyway. But I forget the context. I think it was Representative Murphy, maybe out of Texas. And I will try to find the clip, but I can't guarantee it right now. Where it was being talked about, or maybe it wasn't him and I'm just getting confused, but it was less than 15%. I mean, 15,000 and 74% tax. And there was a context to it, and I can't
Yes,
remember.
they were going state by state too.
Yes, and I cannot remember the context right now. I apologize. I can't remember everything.
I'm more annoyed with Trump ran on it and Kamala ran on it, but then none of the Democrats would vote for it. No tax on tips and Social Security. It's like y'all got together and punished the American people when both y'all ran on it.
Well, I mean,
I
and
was
I
I
agree.
was mad at that.
There are some people who get Social Security that are taxed because of how much they paid in, and
How much they like? Between my husband and I, we are
right.
taxed.
The American people do better with their own money. They can spend it better than the government.
And here's my other thing too. Why are we now, as of May the 5th, for the first time in history, going to garnish student loan payments from Social Security benefits? It's a
Yeah, that blows my mind.
I mean, you're going to take somebody who can't pay it. Think about it. They may okay. Let me go back.
Loan payments.
Biden was only taking. He lowered it from 10% to 5%, right? And more people were paying under his plan. But when Trump came into office, he got rid of it, and now more people have defaulted. So why would you want to start fucking with people on Social Security who barely make?
Biden didn't report anybody to default. He didn't report to the banks anyone who was behind.
That's bullshit. Of course he did.
No, he
Of
didn't.
course, I don't believe that. Show me in writing.
He didn't.
I show me in writing because it's not the banks, and this is where you're
I'm willing
wrong.
to say it
This is wrong
that
because
they
it's not
let
the banks.
everything sit.
I am going
They
to have
just
to
let it
agree.
sit. If you were behind, they just let it
I'm going to have
sit.
to agree with Mitchell. I do not believe they were reported.
The banks do not hold that money, and here's how I know. Because I was in default for some time when I first found out I had cancer and could not work until I got approved for my write off through Social Security and all of the things through the student loan system, okay? And the U.S. Department of Education owns those loans, y'all. The banks do not. That changed under Obama, I think, but don't quote me on that. But used to, when you got a student loan, you would pay into like Sally Mae every month, right? Well, that changed 10 years ago or more when the U.S. Department of Education took on all of that debt. And so that's where Trump says that we owe $80 trillion in default. No bank owns that. The government does. Because when all this came out, I called the U.S. Department of Education and I asked them, I said, hey, I'm on SSDI. I applied for this program last year. Have you heard any information? Are we going to be kicked off? And she says, we haven't heard anything about you, but you wouldn't have gotten approved if you didn't qualify. And it's very difficult to get approved for that program. So, and she said, ma'am, respectfully, I may not have a job tomorrow, is exactly what she said.
No, and everybody says that now. They know, but nobody's going to know if they're going to have a job tomorrow.
And I just
Typically,
told her.
Hey,
So used to the banks used to own that debt. That was a true statement. If you don't believe me, you can research it. I have predatory loans back from the 90s. I'm one of those people.
I paid mine all off.
I refused to pay them off when I was predatorily identified and used and abused. No, no. And you shouldn't have paid them either. Not the ones that were predatory loans.
Well, we paid them all.
Because
Hey, Angel.
we were taken advantage of, and you know that, Christine.
I still signed the paper and I still took the money.
Right, but at the time we did not know that we were being taken advantage of.
No.
And that was their responsibility to tell us that. So I just have a different set on it. You know,
Well, I just look at it. I knew I had loans to pay. I paid them when we sold our house in Minnesota. Paid them all up.
hey Angel, you know, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, all the fucking fracks and fricks and all those people, you know, doing what they did to homeowners, you know, with predatory loans and
Okay, see, I don't know if I agree with that. Where's the consumer's responsibility?
consumers only know what they're told by the banks and by the
Well, they can read the dotted lines. They can read the fine prints.
But come on, you know the average American only reads on
But
an eighth grade
what?
level.
But see, that's why how many people lost their homes because they didn't read that.
Well, and respectfully, the people that lied to those people that gave them those loans, they deserve to be in jail. They lost their jobs, but they should be incarcerated. I'm sorry, when you in good faith go to purchase a home and you're in front of a closing and you know how closing goes and you go through all of those documents and they're telling you that what you're reading is so, but then it comes to pass that it's not, Christine. That is not truth and fairness.
Well, we're closing on a house tomorrow, and I sat here all day today and went through all that fine print. I mean, I'm selling, so it's not as much, but
You're a reader.
well, I want to
That's
know.
what we call you, a reader.
You can call me a reader, but you know something, I'm reading it. My signature's not going on anything.
Well, oh yeah, you're the seller. That's easy. All you
Yeah,
want is the cashier's check that or the wire that's good. That's all you care about.
yeah, that's all I care about. That's all I care about.
Buyer has everything to worry about. You just want the money to be good.
Yeah, just give me my money. Supposed to close tomorrow at 1. But it was supposed to be Tuesday, but they moved it to tomorrow. But I don't know if tomorrow we're going in just to sign the paper, so Tuesday's easier. I don't know. I'll find out tomorrow when I get there. Well, I was told to be there at 1 and with a photo ID.
And
They're gonna give you a check tomorrow. You heard?
I want to,
They're going to electronically deposit into my account. Then I got to take it out of that account. They're going to electronically deposit it in my account.
Yeah, which won't happen till Tuesday.
That's not true.
It'll be there tomorrow.
It'll be there tomorrow.
Electronically, my babe.
And KS, I need to clarify something for you. I'm talking about individuals who were in repayment on their student loans when Obama was in office, Trump the first time. The U.S. Department of Education could take 10% of a working person's income if they
Right.
had to garnish. And when Biden came into office, he lowered it to 5% and made new plans for people. It has nothing to do with the SSI, SSDI part of what I was talking about. The SSI and all of that is a different segment of that, and I guess I should have done a better job of explaining it.
SSI's always been 10%. SSA, SSDI,
What are you talking about? We're talking about student loans.
Yeah, student loans.
That's not SSDI.
SSI, they can only touch 10%
No,
if you have
hon, it's
student
never
loans.
been. No.
Yeah.
I have never
Yeah.
been able to garnish.
SSI can be garnished by student loans.
This is the first time in history.
I didn't think it could. Hold on.
No, SSI has always been able to be garnished by student loans. They just chose never to do it.
This is the first time in American history that
No, it ain't.
man is garnishing a benefit. I will get you the articles. She testified before Congress, the Congressional Committee, and I watched her. You can look up the transcripts and read it for yourself. It is the first time.
SSA and SSDI,
There is
all
no
they have to
SSA.
do is leave you with $750 a month for
There's no
student loans.
SSA, hun. What is SSA?
Your retirement. SSDI is the disability side. SSA is like your retirement.
I've just heard it called Social Security.
Yeah, I call it SSA stuff. It's pretty much
Social Security Administration, SSA.
Yeah.
Oh well, hell, that's ridiculous. Okay, it's just Social Security, and then
Yeah.
SSI is it's for lower income people. But the point is, they may not have ever done it, but they're doing it now.
Well, supplementary security income benefits cannot be garnished to repay defaulted student loans.
Supposedly, but now they're through executive order. That it all goes back. Do you not remember a month or so ago when I was on panel with you, Christine, and I was having a fucking flippant attack about this? Because I was upset because they were going to start garnishing people's SSI benefits and SSDI benefits. You don't remember that?
Yeah, now they're starting to, but they.
Oh my God, that's what I'm saying, hun. I said they were just starting May the 5th. Does anybody not hear me? Am I speaking another language?
But SSI can be garnished if you have 2 or more months worth of benefits in the bank.
Oh my God.
Okay, so here I have it. It says federal student loans, and this was from May 8th. Federal student loan defaults can lead to Social Security garnishment. The government is allowed to garnish up to 15% on your retirement or disability benefits if you have defaulted federal student loans, loan debt. SSI income is protected from student loans, but this went into effect May 8th.
Right, and
For 2025.
She testified at 10%. I'm
Yeah.
telling you because I
Back
watched
in default, my peeps.
Now
because
now it's up
were
to
grilling
15.
her.
I'm back in default, my peeps.
What are you talking about?
Okay, and see, this is different. This is different too.
Student
Because
loans, Mitchell.
originally, she said that they could garnish your SSI, and the SSDI was never mentioned.
Yeah, no,
Let me see if I can find that article for that bitch.
here they're saying, and this is what I pulled from May 8th. SSI you cannot, but disability you can. Retirement or disability benefits if you have defaulted federal student loans, 15%. Just can't touch the SSI. People don't make that much to begin with, and they're going to be taking 15% of it.
No, it's even worse than that. They can take up to. They have to legally leave you is $750.
Well, my understanding from May 8th, the government is allowed to garnish up to 15%. Doesn't say they have to leave you, but 15%. I mean, if you're getting 900, they're going to take $135 from it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, here we go. I watched this. It was on February the 13th. Okay. Hang on. The Wall Street Journal. Let me pull it up.
I gotta say, if you didn't pay your loan and they're only taking 10% of your income, that's a pretty slight penalty. That's nothing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's
Okay, if
I mean,
you have a
25% would hurt.
But if you only get $900 and they're taking that 135 month, it does kind of hurt.
Yeah, if that's all you're getting, yeah, that's gonna hurt a lot.
And you got to remember, a lot of people are only getting the 900. The majority of people get between 700 and 1100.
Still not bad for not repayment of the loan.
Yeah, except I'm wondering if the 15% is of what
Could be
the
worse.
loan actually is.
Oh my God! And the Wall Street Journal has a paywall up. What the fuck?
Oh hell, the Wall Street Journal, New York Times, they put paywalls up
Yeah, I hate that.
lately.
Well, I'm looking for something, so I need to be able to read it.
Well, they can only garnish up to 15% of your retirement. So that's not 15% of the loan. That's 15% of what your check is.
Right, but I'm telling you that in this article back from February, it was 10%.
Well, this one, like I said, it's from May 8th, 2023.
Here.
So what did they used to do? Just let you run on your student loan? Nothing
And there is
happened?
protection of $750. They can't take. They have to make sure. Like, let's say you're only getting $800 a month. They can only take $50.
Okay.
Responsible people would take a deferment and make their payments.
But he took away all of those new
Well,
plans.
but their deferment payments are probably more than that $50.
Right, they are because of the interest.
Right.
Deferment? Hell, it's zero for my wife.
No, you still have interest
That's a damn lie.
compounding.
Interest still racks up, but
That's what I just said.
Yeah, you still end up paying interest.
Right?
except she's not paying interest because it's in borrowed defense.
You know. But she's not. That's not what the norm is having to do.
Well, I can't pull up the article. I know I sent it to someone. Maybe I sent it to my brother. Let me look here. Because I know what I fucking read. And I know I ain't crazy.
But it might have changed from February to May.
That may be so, but I want to see if they update the article.
You know what the big one is, which is
all right. Here's I don't know where I'm guessing this is from SSA. They can take up to 15%, but they have to leave you $750 in your check.
Yeah, that's what I said. So if you're getting $800, they can only take $50.
Yeah.
Mitchell, what were you going to say, hon?
We start the year $2 trillion in debt every year. That's a joke. $2 trillion every year we're behind, just starting up. So if the tariff plan doesn't work, we're done. Because these guys put us in a position to start the year out owing $2 trillion over budget. That is insanity.
The problem is the tariff stuff ain't going to work because Trump just asked for another $5 trillion.
Right, and so far he
from who, where, and when?
Congress. He's wanting to raise the debt ceiling by $5 trillion.
That is right now. The tariffs aren't going to kick in this year.
Well, that's beside the point.
Oh, if the tariffs ain't kicking in, then why the hell is shit at Walmart going up?
You heard?
Walmart's trying to increase it and
Fucking
blame
pizza's
Trump
going
and
up,
hoodwink the public.
China's giving the old "go fuck yourself" orange man.
So everybody's been writing letters to Walmart saying, "What's the bullshit all about?"
Well, the reality is he has contributed more to the deficit as since he's been in president than in all of Biden's is what I've read. And we are having a military parade on what is it, July the 4th?
On his fucking birthday.
On
Isn't
his
it his
birthday?
fucking
No, that's
faggot
June
birthday?
15th. That's
I mean,
June
on his
15th, Flag
birthday,
Day. Flag Day.
what the fuck it is. And we're spending millions. What is he going to be, Kim Jong-un, and doing a fucking
All
Popo
peanuts
behind
compared
it?
to $2 trillion.
No, it's not peanuts. It all adds up.
$2 trillion is a big number. to
Well,
knock
we're
out.
giving
Little
we're
Kim.
giving $12 billion to the border patrol.
You know what I would like to see? I would like to see the
They
bill.
got two borders. They
I
got
would like to see
Canada
the
and
bill
Mexico.
from Congress to the White House of the federal bill every year of what these motherfuckers eat. All these banquets, all these luncheons, all these fucking dinners, all these fucking meetings, all these coffees and dinners and luncheons and this and that. I would love to see the fucking bill every year of how much these motherfuckers eat for free, because they don't pay a dime when they go to have anything. You give them the other residents in Washington as well, planes if needed. So I would just like to see how much these motherfuckers, like Nancy Pelosi, everybody dress up. It's Patty's Day. $2 million for the lunch. Get the fuck out of here, man. You know what I'm saying? I'd love to see what these schmucks and these little committees, when they had the little get together and tea and crumpets, how much they actually spend. You know, because the purveyors that supply anything over there. Your normal fucking Nathan's hot dog at the fucking supermarket, $5, whatever it is. The purveyor over there is charging the fucking pack of $100. Okay, no problem. Yeah, because that's how it is. Wasteless spending, but that is a wasteless spending. Wow, what a privilege!
And that's where I think a lot of our
You don't have
wasteful
to
spending
even pay to
going.
eat when you fucking work every day. Really? Wow, a second residence, private airplanes and shit. You go in. You come out a millionaire. If you're not a millionaire, if you go in a millionaire, you're coming out a billionaire. There's something wrong. We all see it. And so does everybody else. Eventually, getting along to the game, that the game is over. The rest of the world has had enough of the United States. If nobody else could see that, and rightfully so, if you see, you see. You don't, you don't. But this is the time where the reset button is hitting for everybody, because everybody else is sick and tired of their government as well. Everybody's sick and tired of being told what to do, where to go. Take this fucking shot. Don't take this. Don't do that. Do this. Do that. Do it. Mind your own motherfucking business. Let's just get to the important shit. Make sure nobody's killing each other. And let's put some smiles on some faces and have some fucking fun. Feed every fucking body and make sure everybody's going to sleep with a full fucking belly and a roof over their head and have some clean motherfucking water. And everybody get the fuck outside and pick up the fucking trash that's been laying around either in your yard, the curb, the sidewalk, whatever the fuck it is you got to do out there.
Vinny,
Let's all start that way.
Vinny, in this bill, they're repealing the Clean Air Act provision used to limit emissions.
I went off there a little bit.
The EPA.
Yeah, and they're eliminating the Environmental and Climate Justice Block Grant.
It's just all wasteful nonsense, but this system is over, ladies and gentlemen. It is over in the most beautiful way, most divine way possible. This monopoly game
Christine,
is over.
did you know Biden built an EPA museum in the city for $4 million?
I heard that.
And it costs $600,000 to run every year. And it was like this walking, talking telephone, or it's like, are you kidding me? You guys were just spending money.
How much was it? How much was it?
Meanwhile, Mitchell, he could have built a nice fucking, pond or some bullshit out somewhere.
It was $4 million, and it cost $600,000 to run every year, and it did nothing. It just told a story. It was just extra money that they had to spend somehow to make somebody more money.
We're all fucking criminals.
Yeah, it was crazy, and that was just a little tiny speck. But it's why DC is so insulated from any recession, because everybody's on a government check.
Nothing.
Are they getting rid of the EPA?
Queensland, we know.
I hope they get rid of the EPA.
Like Margaret Hatchet or whatever that one. She went in there, she got out of there a billionaire, private jet and everything paid for.
Why do you want them to get rid of the EPA?
Because there's tools that firefighters can use.
You can still have regulation.
But they can't use it because, if you use it, now you got to pay for 10 years worth of EPA studies.
Remember, if we add a regulation, we have to take away 10. We're over-regulated at this point to start with.
Yeah, well, I don't want the Tyson pig farmers in Arkansas dumping their chemicals into the Buffalo
Thank
National
you.
River anymore, which is what they've done and had to pay out multiple times. And Sarah Huckabee Sanders continues to try to pass legislation to allow them to do it, to circumvent the EPA, so they can all suck my fucking double D's, okay? Quit fucking up our national resources.
I agree.
Why would you want to put chemicals from a pig farm into most beautiful water you could ever imagine?
What chemicals do pig farms use?
Do you not understand what pig farms and chemical processing?
No, because I've never been around a pig farm.
So I just
I've been
have
around
to
cow
be
farms, but not
I
pig
got to
farms.
be the devil here and say, where was the EPA in Palestine, Ohio, when they left the chemical spill there?
The
Well,
EPA is the one that told them to burn it.
Is that wise? Burn it.
Vinyl chloride's not a good chemical to burn, but
well,
Yeah,
Times
I
Beach,
thought they should have
Missouri.
cleaned it up. It seems like they left it there. Oh, burn it. That's scary. That means some of the houses might go with it. That's weird. But okay. At least
Well,
that's
and the
how they was.
toxins everybody's going to breathe by burning it.
Downwind, yeah, it's a
What
real
do you mean?
bad
The
day.
smoke? I mean, is it a vapor? I
No, it'd
mean,
be
Well,
black probably. It'd be
yeah.
right. But it's not like it's fallout. I mean,
No,
oh,
but
it's
there's
no, it's still
toxins in that
fallout.
smoke.
Yeah, there's still fallout in that smoke. There's toxins in that smoke.
yeah, but whatever it is, it's going to be burnt. It's going to,
No, it still causes
It's
cancer.
still going to heat. Breathe it in
Okay,
while it's burning.
even though firefighters have the bunker gear on, SCBAs, they're 50 times more likely to end up with cancer in their lifetime than
Yeah.
any other normal human being by being in that. And they have equipment on.
And if the EPA can't make a railroad company get down there immediately and clean it up, what good are they?
Well, we had Times Beach, Missouri. If anybody looks up Times Beach, Missouri, and this was younger because I remember it, they did some type of chemicals on the roads, and it took years. And finally, the EPA got rid of the town. Everybody had to leave and evacuate the town. And that town to this day is still a ghost town because the chemicals lived
Yeah,
50
that's
years.
like Pitcher, Oklahoma.
Yeah, we all know a story.
Yeah.
But they want to get rid of the
of a
EPA.
lovely lady. Yeah.
But they want to get rid of the EPA.
Well, I know they're getting rid of a lot of things. I don't know how they're replacing them. So
The
I
EPA
can't
is
answer.
busy.
The EPA
with
hasn't
the
done
polls,
jack
being,
diddly squat in the
being
last.
reported from Bruno's flagellants. I heard out of
But
Long
they're
Island.
definitely getting
EPA is
rid of
very
half the
busy
government, which is
trying to contain
necessary.
Bruno's flagellants out on Long Island.
Or are they getting rid of the right government?
We got to get rid of the EPA and actually get somebody in there
I
that will
don't.
actually
Well,
go after these companies instead of letting them write checks and say, "Oops, our bad. We'll just pay the fines after dumping all this crap in the shit." We need people that'll actually fight these companies. Where
Palestine,
judge says,
Ohio
"Boom,
is
you're
too
going
much.
to prison for this."
And that was even JD Vance's area. I'm interested to see if he can push them to get anything done there for it in the aftermath.
Because I mean, look at DuPont. They dumped a bunch of PFO8, which is Teflon, into
Mitchell,
the
did you ever see
Ohio.
his college pictures of Vance with his wig and lipstick and shit?
Yeah, isn't that fucking eyeliner fucking
He looks
dangerous,
funny on his
Christine?
days off.
That fucking
yeah,
eyeliner is that made from
yeah,
bats or some shit?
yeah.
The EPA and they were going to go after his
Did
ass.
anybody ever
Well,
see
but
that college picture of
For the
the vice
eyeliner.
president dressed in drag in college? Anybody else see that photograph?
we did.
Okay.
And here's like 2020 saying, well, old diesel trucks had dark, dirty exhaust with too large particles to be absorbed by the human body. New diesel regulations made cleaner exhaust, which actually makes smaller particles. They can still kill you, though. I don't know. That's fine. You can get rid of EPA, but what are you substituting it with? You have to have an EPA.
You got to have people that actually have the balls to stand up to these multi-billion-dollar
And that'll never
corporations.
happen.
So then what's the point of having the EPA? Oh, whoops. Yeah, they dumped all this stuff. We'll get some money to clean it up. And they never do.
Well, people need to follow through. But you just can't say, get rid of the EPA. I don't agree with that. Because, it's just like every other governmental agency. There are people that are in there that have no business in there. Get the right people in there. And I want to know how California is going to be, because they're stripping EPA authority to enforce vehicle emission standards. Did you know that? So these city states that you have to go get once a year, you have to go get your emissions tested on your vehicle. They're getting rid of it. It's in the bill. It's in the bill.
Okay. Colorado used to do that. Then they
Florida
got
rid of that.
Yeah, Florida got rid of that. California does that big time.
Oh yeah, the vehicles have to be California emission standard.
Yeah.
To even be in there. Oh dear God! If you don't have that sticker on your vehicle, they're not letting you cross the border.
Yeah.
Wow, California doesn't charge their people enough on gas tax. It's amazing.
They don't charge enough on gas tax?
No, it's a joke. Like, they don't charge the people enough on gas tax. They gotta hit them with that too.
Yeah.
Their $7 a gallon is all tax. It's not the oil company making any more money than the gallon they sell in Florida.
Yeah. Nope, it's California. I don't know what California's going to do. And I know, like, when I was growing up, or when I turned 16, and I would go with my parents to go get our car tested for emissions, my dad would slip the guy $100, and the guy would give my dad the slip to go get the tag for the license plate. They didn't even look at the car.
Yeah.
Just gave him $100 past emissions.
Oh yeah, there's people up in New York that do that.
Mm-hmm. The ocean transit ships are like 80% of all emissions because of the fuel, not lawnmowers. No, I know it's not lawnmowers. I don't know. I'm gonna watch and see what the Senate does with all these things. That's why I'm watching them. I'm not getting too overzealous with them, because I know the House is going to change things. Or
Well,
not the House, the Senate.
I did hear India is going to lower their tariff to 0 to match our 0, and they used to have it at 100%. So that would mean we could sell them our motorcycles that we actually make in the United States if they wanted to buy one somehow, which would be a good deal, because they have 1.5 billion people. We want them to reduce their tax so their people can buy shit from us.
Yeah. Well, there's supposed to be some type of large, huge credit if you buy an American-made car. I just got to figure out. I'm waiting for this to go through, and then maybe I'll buy my car.
The whole vehicle tax credit if you buy a certain type of vehicle.
Yeah. American-made car.
What, the big beautiful death bill?
Yeah. Big beautiful bill.
No, it's a big beautiful death bill.
Because they're giving a car tax.
Yeah, but they're also trying to strip Medicare and Medicaid.
No, I didn't see anything really on Medicare. All the chips I did, but I'm not seeing really a lot on Medicare. Medicaid, yes, I'm seeing a lot on.
Because I follow a bunch of advocacy groups for it, and they sent me a message where to write the state senators up there to vote no against that.
Ain't gonna matter.
I know.
Okay, and the reason I'm saying it ain't gonna matter, it passed the House. I do not foresee it not passing the Senate, and I do see the Senate maybe adding more things that's going to make it harder for people to get Medicaid. And the parents that, have children and they stay home with their children and they're on Medicaid and the kids are getting like an SSDI check and things like that these parents are going to have to work anyway. That's what I'm seeing. Like, for example, if you got a fragile child and you stay home with that child to care for it, if you're a capable, able-bodied person to work, they want you to go to work. What you're doing with the child, I don't know. I
Because
don't know.
depending on how bad the child is, some kids can go to school, some can't.
Well, I understand that, but what I'm saying is that their expectation is you're going to work. If you get SNAP benefits, you need to work. Medicaid, you need to work. If you're an able body, you need to work. Just saying. And then Hustler was on here earlier and he was talking about with Section 8 housing, they're only giving it to you for 2 years.
I haven't heard that yet, but
Yeah, I'm
I
gonna go
heard
back.
that it's been unlimited now, right?
No, not only for certain groups. Oh, it's unlimited now, but they're changing it.
Right, but it has been unlimited, right?
Uh-huh. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
but if you're able bodied, now you got to go to work.
because the only thing I've heard was like public housing, not Section 8.
Oh, it's Section 8. 2 years.
2 years is a quick time.
Well, I guess they look at it, 2 years gives you time to plan, time to possibly
Find
get
another
some type of
job.
training.
Yeah.
Yeah. An electric vehicle will microwave you to death, so don't buy one of those. Now, I was going to. I really like it. I really like my son's. He's got a Tesla. But I'm not. I just don't think it's for me yet. There's an anti-Xbox campaign. 2020. Are you serious? Or are you teasing me there?
Oh, what about Xbox?
An anti-Xbox campaign. And in all technicality, I could see RFK saying, "Oh no, we're going to do this anti-Xbox campaign." We
Yeah,
have
because
unhealthy children.
yeah, I can see it happening because now Microsoft and Xbox, there's not going to be any more consoles, like physical consoles. The consoles are going to be gaming PCs, handhelds, phones,
Yeah,
because now Xbox and Steam are on the new Steam Deck is going to be Xbox compatible. Yeah, they're not. They're going to quit making actual consoles and start going to these other computer companies and making them compatible.
anti-Xbox campaign is basically talking points to get people to work. Hmm. Okay, there's a lot coming in. They're putting,
So what are you saying that everybody's just home playing Xboxes? That's what it is.
yeah, that's what it
Oh,
sounds like.
there is a lot of people that do it, but they're
But
making
that's
like
stupid
two
though.
to
That's
five
stupid.
thousand a month doing it. They have like big contracts with Twitch, Kick,
Well,
Rumble.
Yeah, but who says that they're on Section 8 or
Oh, they're not. They're living in multi-story family homes.
my son gets a check from Twitch from gaming. He games on
Yeah.
Twitch.
Hey, 2020. Go get an iPhone. Put Surface on it. Go get some what's that blue thing that has the metal in it? Like a woolly pad. Put that around the iPhone. Call the iPhone and see what happens.
You what?
Okay, you know the little blue scrubby pads that have the
Yes,
metal in it
like
in
the SOS
iPhones?
pads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody took one. They had service on it. Put that around the iPhone. Called that phone. That stuff instantaneously lit on fire just from the radiation coming off the iPhone.
I'm gonna have to go try that.
Not with your Android though.
And I'll use my husband's iPhone. Right? I'll use his phone.
Yeah, I was gonna try it when I get my iPhone out of pawn because if that's true, I'm going back to Android. I
Did
don't
you
need
see?
them. Huh?
I have a Droid.
Which I mean, I could kind of see it with how they're making all the iPhones metal bodied, and most Androids are still plastic.
I don't think mine's plastic. Is mine plastic?
And some of them still have like the plastic where the glass goes into, and then there are some that are metal.
I don't think mine's plastic. Oh my gosh, it's only it's almost 1:00. Sam, are you around?
Hey, it's 1 a.m.
I
What's
know.
grave? Now we need Sandstorm playing. That or Party Boy.
Party boy.
Yeah, the one that goes from
Oh.
Jackass.
I just think there's a lot
Why
of things.
is the left having a problem with what Kennedy's coming up with from the food stuff?
Summer's husband upset because they're going to take his tombstone pizza away.
Why would they take
Honestly,
it away? What category does it fit in?
I don't know.
junk
I
food,
guess.
processed food.
Yeah. I guess the chemicals that you can keep it forever in your freezer.
Yeah, that's the
So does that pizza need a tombstone?
I'm thinking we need the tombstone for the tombstone pizza.
Honestly, if RFK could get prices of fresh fruits and vegetables down to where people could actually afford them, that and healthy food, people would buy it.
See, I don't know. I just think it's quicker and easier for people to buy the processed foods and throw it in the microwave or throw it in the oven versus cooking things.
Oh, I'd rather cook.
Well,
I just can't afford to go out and
I
buy
just
all the ingredients.
I just don't think the majority people would.
And I'll tell you the biggest problem with that is because they took home ec out of school.
They did what?
Took home ec, where they used to teach you how to cook in school.
Why can't the parent teach how to cook?
Because parents are working 2 to 3 jobs and they're never home right now.
Are they not making dinners? Not making lunches?
Why
yeah.
would you have?
Someone's
Why would you have
cooking.
to? Why would
Someone's
you
got to
have
be
to?
cooking in the house
Who's
somehow.
okay? That's why they have the processed microwave stuff. They tell the kids how to do it because they're working.
Well,
Breakfast and lunch, the schools are feeding the kids.
I just don't think I mean, it's fine for an elective. Do I think it's a class that everybody has to take? No. No.
Yeah, it's microwave food, and then the kids. Bzz.
I use air fryers. I use my air fryer all the time.
Oh, I love the air fryer. The only thing is, don't try to make 10 pounds of wings in one setting.
Oh, it'll take you forever.
No,
Do you
it
still need a
catches the thing
microwave?
on fire.
You still need a microwave, right?
No.
With an air fryer, you don't use a microwave ever.
I hardly ever use my microwave.
I want to try to do some smoking this summer.
Yeah, no, the last time I tried to cook 10 pounds of wings back to back to back to back in one air fryer, it caught fire because it heated up to ignition point.
Okay. Zap.
Yeah, I don't hardly ever use a microwave.
That could happen in a toaster oven too, with
It could
chicken
happen in an
fat and
oven.
grease.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
could
'cause
happen
then
in an
it'll light
oven.
up. It'll catch fire, sure thing. Like on a barbecue, for sure.
Mm-hmm. No, I don't think it's a problem. I just think that how can you do something if you're wanting to take lower their SNAP benefits, some people that need it, plus working and the cost of fresh fruits and veggies and things like that. Most people can't afford it.
Yeah, cost of food's a problem now, no question about it.
I'm the Greek god. No, I'm not aware of that. I was just reading up on it, and somebody brought it to the attention that they did a live on it. And apparently, not everybody is, but you're supposed to be, I guess, but they're not. I don't know. I haven't read up on it enough yet. But that is my plan, to catch up on it after it was brought to my attention this evening, because I'd like to know more about it. So I don't think any of us are on Section 8 housing, are we? Anybody on Section 8 housing, would they know
I'm on
this?
section.
No, you
I'm on
don't have
section
to be
3.
working. Sorry, because I am on Section 8.
And it could be
I'm on
different states.
section 7, 8, and 9.
72.
There's different rules and regulations. If you work, you can't make a certain amount of money. If you're disabled, you can get it, no questions asked. But you can't make over a certain amount of money.
But you can't make a
Right, because then you don't
certain
qualify for Section 8. And I think that's why they're doing it for a 2-year thing. Oh, come on, Fuzzy, inside. Come on, Fuzz. Fuzzy, come on, baby. Inside. Good night. My dog's looking at me like, is it bedtime yet? He knows I'm in bed by midnight. He's looking at me.
What's the most you can get Social Security per month?
Okay, like SSI, the max is 967. SSDI goes based off of your work history. And then your regular Social Security, it's like the 10 lowest years of your work history, then they average it out.
So my husband makes on his Social Security, he's retired, makes I think 4,200.
He gets 4,200 a month
Uh-huh.
for life.
Uh-huh.
So that would be taxable income. That's what I was
Yes.
looking for. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I think the max you can make is 4,800 a month. But yes, it would be taxed. And that's what I'm saying. The majority of people that are on Social Security, whether it's SSI, SSDI, SSA, they don't make enough to be taxed anyway. Unless
Right.
you
That's
know,
why
so
it piqued my curiosity.
yeah, and that's what I said. They're throwing you a bone, or they're throwing a bone in there thinking that, oh, this is a good thing. Now our elderly aren't going to be taxed. Well, I hate to break the news to you. Your elderly are majority, like I said, the majority.
Can you get a job on the books and go
Yes,
along with that?
yes,
No
yes,
problem.
yes,
Okay. They let you
yes,
work. All
yes.
right.
They
That's
let
all
you work.
right.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you can work.
Yeah, on SSDI and retirement. SSI, it's case by case.
Yeah, SSI. That's because it's a lower income. SSDI and SSA goes by how many credits you have.
Yeah.
Unless you turn, well, now it's what, 69, 67 and a half? I don't know. But if you turn to that, you get, if you don't have enough work credits, you get the minimum. and the minimum's anywhere from $750 a month to $1,100 a month, just depending upon what state, I believe.
I thought it was like 1,600.
No, no, because if you don't have enough work credits, or let's say you were, a woman who stayed home and raised her kids and never had a job, they give you the minimum. Not a lot. And like if you start disability at a younger age, if you're doing the work, when they do the work credit thing, to get disability, you have to have this, they've got this thing, that hot formula, but even the disability ones, I know people that, like my sister, I think does 900. Two other people I know are 700 and something. Then I know somebody who gets 1,100, and that's what they'll get for life. Once disability, they turn into retirement age. That converts over to their Social
Brian King.
Security.
On Section 8, no, it's 30%. It's the same as public housing. You have to pay 30% of what your gross monthly income is for rent.
Again, that may vary on state. You know that, right?
No, that's HUD, straight across the board.
Mm.
That's HUD and USDA. That's straight across the board.
Hey, Christine, I'm going to go ahead and bounce. Sorry, guys.
But it's 30%.
All right. Have a great night, guys.
Have a good night.
Hey,
Thanks for stopping.
Oh, yeah. It's like 2 to 4 years where I'm at.
Yeah. Chris, do you have HUD housing, Section 8 housing over in your area? Mitchell?
Oh yeah.
Do you? We have very few. Very, very few.
Yeah, like the very, very minimum you have to pay for rent is $50. But that's like if you have no income or you max out.
Oh, Brian, they're trying to take that away from people. Maybe they make a lot less. I don't know. I hear it was 15. But again, it's a different state. I don't know if it varies by state.
It varies by the area medium income, but
Right.
It's 30%. So if they're only paying 15%, they're making under the 30, what qualifies for the 30%.
Mm. Yeah. So, Cass, is this going to affect you in getting your Section 8?
Probably not. I don't know.
Mm. I haven't read deep enough into it to see if there's any exceptions. I know if it's if they classify you as an able-bodied worker.
I'll never be classified as an able-bodied individual.
Mm.
I don't know how they're paying 15% unless they have a bunch of kids living with them.
Could be. Like I said, different states, they may have different criterias in the state. If it's federal, the state may kick in part of it too. That's why. Huh. Okay, guys, it's 1 o'clock, and I think Summer might have fell asleep. She hasn't been around. I know she's got to get up early.
Yeah, she fell asleep.
Yeah, I mean, I can keep it running if people want to talk.
I'm actually going to tip.
Right? Well,
So,
I appreciate you coming up here. I
no
want to
problem.
know what you thought
I
about.
appreciate chatting with y'all. Always
Yeah,
interesting.
it is interesting. But you notice how all of us have different opinions and we all still act like adults?
Yes'm. Yes'm.
I
But all
know.
right, y'all have a good night.
Thanks, Mitchell. Have a good night, hon. Summer, you around? I texted her and she's not answering either.
I know she kept dropping the link.
Well, that's me dropping it under her name.
Yeah, in Section 8 housing choosing voucher, the minimum you pay for rent and utilities is generally 30% of your adjusted monthly income. However, there are some others that they only have to pay up to like $50, but they must pay even the 30% of their income, of
Hi,
your income
Christine.
less than that.
Yes, J1.
Hi, Christine. This is Summer. I got your call.
Okay, J1. I'm talking about Section 8 housing, J1.
Yeah.
Oh, they'll get rid of Section 8
Mm-hmm.
because there's already landlords saying, no, we're not taking it. The program's dying.
Yeah. Well, they're wanting to limit it to 2 years.
That, and you have landlords that aren't. But I just read an article where one county and a bunch of tenants and the fair housing people are suing landlords for discrimination of income, source of income under fair housing.
And I'm the Greek god. I agree with you. And it's no different than the SNAP program. It's no different than Medicaid. Some of the things that they have in this bill is not going to do well for the American people. And the poor are going to get poorer and the rich are going to get richer. But people voted for this. People voted for this man to do this.
So, Christine, will the politicians pay a price in the midterms?
I doubt it.
So you
The
tell me the
only,
people are not going to get angry about this bill and vote them out in 2026?
No, I
the only
I don't
one
know.
that's the only one that's getting voted out is McConnell. I seen him getting voted out. Rat
Oh,
and rad.
Greek God. In this bill we're talking about, yeah, that won't be happening. Uh, the illegal migrants that are here or coming here, they will not be getting any of our benefits. Because they are making everybody prove they are a U.S. citizen. So that's gone. They won't be getting housing. They won't be getting SNAP benefits. They won't be getting anything.
So there'll
You're
be a
missing.
lot of homeless migrants in the street, I guess, right?
It's going to be a lot of homeless Americans.
That's what I'm saying. I think there's going to be a political price to pay in the midterms.
Well, here's the other thing, Brian. Um, when people that are declared disabled, it looks like the ones that looks like maybe 60, under 60, they are going to have to go through every year and some twice a year, every 6 months. I don't know. I was reading every 6 months, then every year. I don't, yeah, I think they were still dilly dallying that around, but we'll see what the Senate does. But for disability, they are going to have to prove every year that they are still disabled.
Oh, I have to do that every year when I research.
You have to recert every year for disability.
No,
Oh,
housing.
for housing.
I already have to do that for housing. I have to give
Mm.
them paperwork from Social Security, bank account statements, everything.
Yeah, but to maintain your disability status, disability is going to review you every year. Every year.
I don't know how that's going to work
What do you mean?
because when they found me disabled, they found me disabled under the rules in 2007. So any other new rules, unless I have to reapply, the new rules don't apply.
Well, my understanding is that they're making people under the age of 60 reapply annually. And for SNAP benefits, I think SNAP is every 6 months.
Right now, it's every year.
Yeah.
So, Christine, that means the government is going to have to hire more people to do the paperwork, right?
I don't know.
That means more bureaucrats,
I don't
more
know.
government workers.
I don't know those answers, J1.
They're going to have to hire more workers in order to follow the rules,
Why
right?
are they going to have to hire more workers? Because why can't they be more efficient? And I've also heard
Uh,
I've
all those
also heard
people,
I've also heard that you can now pretty much do everything on the phone with people or to get it, other
but
than sending in paperwork.
you still have to have people answer the phones.
I'm just telling you, Jay, what I don't know how it's going to work. I'm just telling you what's in this bill.
I think you're going to have to hire more workers.
Oh,
I
they're
mean,
going to have to hire more workers because right now, the average wait time for a disability application is a year just to get the first denial. It's
I
taking them a
never.
year. When it used to take like 90 days to 6 months to get that first denial. Now it's
But Brian, here's my question. I've never seen somebody be temporary disabled. I've never seen somebody temporarily disabled. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Oh, I've seen temporary disabled people.
On disability?
Mm-hmm.
No, I've not. What's an example of somebody who's temporarily disabled?
Oh, they got injured on the job site, but it's usually workers' comp that
Yeah,
covers
I
the
was going to
temporary
say that's
disabled.
not right. That's not disability though. It's through their employer.
Because usually to be found disabled under SSA, it has to last more than 12 months.
Right. Yeah, but no, but Brian, I'll have to look into that because for a car accident, they're going to be 9 months. It takes more than 9 months to get that disability.
Yeah, because it took me 2 years fighting with lawyers.
Yeah, well, and most people now it does take 2 years. It took me less than 6 months, but
Oh, like my son, month and a half. As soon as the hospital helped us fill the paperwork, sent medical records in with the paperwork, we had it within 2 months.
yeah.
We get a phone call from, yeah, hey, we need to know your address, blah,
Well,
blah, blah, and we
right,
need you to come in,
because
sign.
he's got something that's in their books, just like mine. Mine
Yeah,
is in the books. Mine's a clear cut case. Boom, there you go. His is probably like that. Somebody's out, gets disabled because of, chronic back pain or, joint pain or anxiety or migraines or depression, things like that. Those things take longer because it's harder to prove. It's not just black and white in their books. Or
oh,
somebody like
yeah,
your son's, it's black and white in your books. Something like mine's black and white in the books.
yeah. I had to go through like 15 different doctors in 2 years for them to get the evidence.
You know,
psych doctors, psychologists, psychiatrists in multiple
Right.
different states.
Right. Well, and that's what I'm saying. That is in this plan that they are going to make people under a certain age go jump through the hoops all over again. And it
Oh,
seems like every year.
oh, they do mine like every 2 or 3 years
Yeah.
already, so it ain't nothing new. I've had to research multiple times medically.
Well, Brian, dementia is a disability. You know that, right? Alzheimer's, dementia, organic brain disorder, those are in their books.
Yeah. Because I think, let's see, with my son, they've only reviewed him once in the last 5 years.
Yeah. Well, again, they did that because of whatever disability was clear cut in their books. They have books.
Yeah.
And it was clear cut, boom.
Yeah, but they still have to follow their policies and rules on it just to make it look like, okay, yeah, we're doing this. Even though
No,
they know.
great God, you're not, yeah, she's not an able bodied person to work with dementia, though. Oh, I know, Brian. It was Greek God. Sorry. No. So and again, that is something that is one of their books. They're not going to question that because that is something that they will not recover from.
Yeah. I'm wondering I think I know what Trump's doing. Because if you go read like a lot of the immigration law and the old immigration policies, there's stuff in the immigration policies from way back when that said they can deny you entry if you are like, they say retarded and messed up in the head in it, but disabled, that you're not
Mhm.
able bodied to help society, they won't allow you in. And it
Because they don't
sounds like
want
he's trying to use that with these bills.
yeah, they don't want to pay you. They're trying to save because they're trying to put it towards the American people. We're saving you tax dollars by not allowing this to happen. No, I agree, Brian. I'm not making the rules. I'm just saying how I'm interpreting them. I keep saying rain soon. I don't think I have the right city and state on my radar because they keep saying rain for the last 4 days, and I've not seen a drop of damn rain. Right? Rain will be starting soon. Rain will be stopping soon. It's like there's been no rain. I've been drier than dry.
I'm guessing my radar.
I don't know what radar.
Oh, there's an app called My Radar.
Oh,
Sometimes it goes on the fritz and says, "Oh, it's raining. There's going to be rain." Blah blah blah. And it's 80 and sunny, no clouds in the sky. It's like,
yeah, well, I got a new phone and I haven't got it totally programmed yet. Yeah, Brian, I'm just saying there's just a lot of things going out there. And I'm interested in what the Senate's going to do with it, to be honest. So, it's got to go to the Senate now. Wonder if they're going to pass it the night when we're all sleeping. Okay,
Oh, yeah.
ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm going to go ahead and shut this down. It's after 1 and I need to get to bed.
All right, later.
I have a house closing tomorrow.
Yay.
Yay. So have a good night. Thank you for coming up. Night,
Yeah.
Chris. Thanks, Brian. And thanks, Greek God. Good night.